Peace, peace, peace. You back once again with Dr. Alim l-Bey. Yay, yay. I begin ready to go into pyramids and mound builders. The pyramid and mound builders. We're going to let the room fill up a little bit. Peace, peace. Here, I tell you watch to ish. Can you hear me clear? Can you hear me clear? Hit me with a one. All right. Good, good. Peace, peace to everyone coming in. Appreciate y'all coming. If you possibly can, tell a friend. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, of course. We have our own Patreon page in which that you can sign up for and get exclusive information more than what you might see on YouTube. So definitely go there. Brother Ramasu. Greetings, greetings, greetings. dralimlbey.com. dralimlbey.com. I'll put it in the comment. Yes, support me. Support this message, this content, this information, this knowledge, wisdom, understanding, overstanding, understanding. We're going to try to bring it tonight. And I'm going to attempt to not cuss, since that seems to have been an issue or is an issue for some people. Peace, peace, peace. All right, as long as y'all can see the screen, let's get it popping. All right. Yes, that's all I can do is try. All right, so we have an event coming up March 20th, 21st, and 22nd, right here on our land in North Carolina. near Raleigh, Durham area, Henderson, North Carolina. So give us a call at 910-364-9099 if you're interested. On the website, dralimlbey.com, we have the flyer as well as also the itinerary, the agenda for that weekend. Please check it out. A lot of good information is going to be taught. We're going to have our sweat lodge. We will have indigenous shamanistic medicines. All right. So we will be taking you to not just the physical level, but also the spiritual level as well. Okay. And that's really what you want. You want to be able to combine the two. 1 foot in heaven, 1 foot on earth, as they say. So our next event is March 20th, 21st, and 22nd, 2026. Yes, do not allow the background to stop you from understanding, understanding, overstanding this lecture tonight. I know it can be annoying. However, I'm not at my own home. I'm somewhere else in which that, yes, that's what you hear. However, the sound will be drained out, hopefully with the knowledge in which that you gain access to. All right. Now, and also each time that it beeps, that's telling you to, I'm going to the next slide. How about we just use it for that? Okay. It's my slide changer. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. All right. Let me stop it. Acting silly. And let's get to it. All right. So United Washita, Dedugdamanya, Moor Nation has been doing this for a very long time. I've been doing this for teaching information of this sort for the 35 years. For 35 years, over 35 years now. All right. 25 of those years, I gained access to my third cousin, who I did not even know was my third cousin at the time. And that was Prince Ramesses El-Bey, who became known as Crown Prince Hutan Tupac Bey. All right. I didn't know. And so when he came, well, actually, I became a student back in 96, 95, 96. And he kept telling me over and over again about the Empress, Veriasi, Tierra, Washita Tunica Gaston El-Bey. And I said, you know, who is she? And see, before he gave me real information on her, I got some other type of information from another sister. It was from a sister, and her name was, or is, Akila Muhammad Bey. All right, I believe she was a Bey. And she brought me a paper from the United Nations showing that this indigenous Aboriginal nation was part of the United Nations. I never heard of this particular tribe, nation, but something stuck to me concerning it. I had a premonition when I was 14 years old in my grandmother's bedroom, and I was looking in the mirror, and my aunt brought in a poster concerning Juneteenth. And for whatever reason, I tuned into reading what was on the poster. And I immediately had a premonition of a woman who owned what we now refer to as the Louisiana Purchase. Of course, it was never purchased. In other words, about more than 13 so-called states on up into almost the whole of Canada. We talking about 30 million acres. Okay. So that stayed in the back of my mind. And then 10 years later, me graduating from Federal State University, FSU, is in the building now. I moved down to Atlanta, Georgia, and that's when I met not just Bobby Hemmett, but also Prince Bey. And he began to tell me about the Empress. Bobby was already on the information concerning the Empress, and you would see him speak about her in his videos, in some of his videos. You actually with him talk about me as well in some of his videos, his later videos, around 2005 when I came on the scene. So that was 21 years ago on that particular camera. But there's older videos of me teaching from out of Atlanta, Georgia, with Sister Akila, as well as also at Federal State University back in 1998. Okay. So you would see that I've been around dropping this information on clowns a long, long time. It rhymes, so you know. All right. Enough of the Jesse Jackson. All right, so United Washita, deduct the money, United Indigenous People Organizational Number, IPO, Indigenous People Organizational Number is 2421, which correlates with the IPP, the Indigenous People Project number of the Empire Washita, deduct the money, which is 215 right slash 93 or 1993. The 215 is the seat number in which that they obtained as part of the Economic and Social Council. Now, I had someone ask me last week concerning why are our colors red, black, and green? These are the colors of Marcus Garvey. No. Marcus Garvey used the colors of the ancient Egyptians. And if you claiming that you are in America and you are claiming that Egypt was in America, then the colors in which that you also would use would be red, black, and green. As you would see here, or saw, Ptah is here to the left, Saw is there to the right. And these are the colors. All right. These are the colors in which that you see around the neck. All right. They tell you that red symbolizes the blood, the green, the land, and black, of course, melanin, your flesh. All right. But as you see here, these colors are being represented by Ptah and Osar, who is Osiris. All right, so there's no need for anyone to ask me any silly questions concerning why is our colors of our flag red, black, and green, which they identify as the colors of Marcus Garvey. We understand that Egypt is in America, that Egypt is America. In particular, the North and South, or the Upper and Lower Egypt. This is Prince Ramesses El-Bey here. And as you can see, I am sitting right in front of him. And as he goes over the information concerning Washita, in particular the formation of United Washita, and this was back in 2003. This is Crown Prince Ramesses El-Bey, or Ramesses El-Bey, ID, when he was part of the Empire Washita. Okay, and as you see, he joined in 1991. See, we've been doing this longer than the majority of the people in which that now is talking that they Aboriginal and Indigenous. Of course, they refer to themselves as Indians, American Indians now, which is a misnomer. Indian is not what and who we are. And I'll get to that in a minute. But here you see, we've been doing this longer than majority of the people in which that is talking have been born. Yeah. I'm 56 years old. All right. Been doing this for 35 years and still looking 35. Okay. So that's how we're going to do that. So the time is to get the information out to the people. I'm hearing bits and pieces of it. Sounds good. Here's also a legendary picture of the Empress and Prince Ramesses, who she gave the title, bestowed the title upon him as Crown Prince of the Empire Washita Deduct Dominion. He was also a member of Temple 21 from out of Atlanta, Georgia. As you see here, Prince Ramesses El-Bey. He formed what we now refer to as United Washita. This is his IDs here. He changed his name for Prince Ramesses Bey to Prince Hutan Tupac Bey because Ramesses symbolized resurrection. He didn't want to resurrect in that body again. He wanted to come back as a new body. So he chose the name Hutan Tupac Bey. This is his declaration of nationality, in which that was put on the public record. As you can see, a particular year. Let's see if we can find that. It was 2003. There it is. September the 20th, 2003. This is his certificate of live birth from the Empire Watchdog Didactamanya. And this is his statement or reason for forming what we now know as United Washita. I won't read everything because I don't want to make it too lengthy. But here he says, this prayer made coming before Her Highness with love, truth, freedom, and justice. We come giving reference and honor for her lifelong efforts to proclaim our stolen lands, as well as correcting and restoring our history. Long live Her Highness. We give full recognition for all her contributions for the advancement of her people as she sits with other great women who have sacrificed their lives, such as Anna Maria, the Washita, the Manya Washita, the Manya Washita, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Mother Mary of Jesus and Esther. Now, some of that was cold words. But here, on this 6th day of June in the year of 2003, the Declaration of United Washita Didactamanya has been proclaimed, essentially. Okay? Prince Bey, past human form, veiled the flesh, as they say, January the 12th, 2004. All right? And this is my ID for Unity or United Washita Didactamanya. This one was made around 2007. This is my United Nations ID, May 25th, 2007. As you see, United Nations, New York. This is my 2008, May 2nd. And as you see here, at the United Nations, I'm referred to as Prince Alim el-Bey. So when people ask the question, Dr. Alim a prince? Yes. And we'll get to the reason why, because I was asked to put into that position after the death or the veiling of form of Crown Prince Ramesses El-Bey. And the chiefs came to me and we had a meeting, and they all suggested that I would sit in that position. So that's how I gained that particular title, and I've been that since. And that was Prince Bey passed in January 12th, 2004. And at that time, they asked me, could I take over? And I was not ready because I was still suffering from the loss of Prince Bey. Now, understanding that he was also a family member, he's my third cousin on my mother's side, which I found that out later. So you can see that the ancestors always are tying you back to your heritage if you just pay attention. But what was interesting is the fact that Prince Bey didn't just teach on indigenous Aboriginal affairs. He also taught healing information. He taught Qigong. He taught a form of Reiki, or pranic healing, I should say, more so. And suggestive healing. Very powerful brother. This is my ID from May 29th, 2009. So we was already at the United Nations doing things before the majority of the people that are out now claiming that they are, once again, indigenous and Aboriginal. They have no direction. They just saying it and being mad. What's the direction? You don't know where to go, what to do. What's your next move? Oh, we gonna get the land. How? You gonna run up in there and do what? Where you gonna run up into? Who got the land? Where's it at? You gonna run up into the tax administration or the Register of Deeds? Or you gonna go to the Bureau of Land Management? Or you gonna go to Congress? Those faking the funk as if they are the trustees over the land. And governments can own land. And in particular, a de facto government can't own land in no shape, form, or fashion. Who went with us? Who was going with us to the United Nations? Well, we had a confederation. All right, we had a confederation of Moors, Mours, Moors. Yes, they are the same. The following is proof of our United Nations affiliation and the various treaties that we have set forth thus far. We, as United Washoe Diductimunya Moor Nation, are in treaty with the Rainbow Nation of Native Americans, the United Nawapian Moors of Mount Arafat, the She Clan of Yamasee Native American Moors, the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs, the Moors of the Round Table, the Seminole Intertribal Nation, the original Moab, Kitawa, Cherokee Nation, the Gadalawa Nation, or Aninuia Nation, um, the Yamisi or the Yamasi Nation of Moors, and the Nesehu clan of Moors, the ISIS or Indigenous Sovereign International Society, now called Honor, which is Aboriginal Republic of North America. All right. We all were in treaty with one another. And we needed 10,000 on a petition to go before the United Nations to be identified by 3 to 5 other nations to be a nation within a nation. Now, technically, we've already been identified historically by the French, the Spaniards, the Britons, as well as the English people have written about through the advance of this country by way of Lewis and Clark. So we also have people saying, well, we don't see your information at the United Nations. Well, that's because you don't know how to research. Simple, go to United Nation or UN.org, all right? /EN, EN means English. Then go to treaties, TREATIES.UN.org, ORG, treaties. And as you see, United Nations Treaty Collection. And put it in the word Washita. I hope I didn't make that too hard for some of you. Because you have many out there trying to perpetrate a fraud upon you, saying that the court case of the Washita was repealed. You can't repeal a land grant. Oh boy. Anyway. But see, you're listening to these individuals who are operatives, agents, obviously. And their whole thing is to rival what I say. Attempt to discredit what we are doing. And it can't be done. We have the information. They don't. Simple. That's how we know that the case is over. If it was in a court case, it would be over. And I'm drinking today a delightful green tea for those who are interested in what's in my cup. But here we see Washita, and we put in, and 38 different references will come up, if not more now, of Washita. 38. Here's some of them now. All right? These are just some of them. And as you can see, go over, highlight in yellow, Washita Nation of Moors. Or Moors. Oh, you also see Yamasee Native American, Mount Arafat Clan Embassy. Oh, here you go, Empire Washita Didagdamanya. Oh, here you go, Washita Nation of Moors. Oh, Washita Nation of Moors. Oh, Washita Nation of Moors. Oh, Washita Didagdamanya. Washita Nation of Moors. Washita. People drew the attention of the working group to do blocking of World Bank funding allocated to his organization. It was a representative of Washita. Here we have Washita Didagdamanya, New Yet, oldest indigenous people on earth. Yes, the oldest indigenous people on earth. Washita Didagdamanya, New Yet, New Ayet, oldest indigenous people on earth. Yeah, it just keeps going and going like the energizing bunny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just keep going and going. All right, so I think you'll get the point that you're not dealing with Rudy Poop people. That we've been doing our thing over 40 years now, technically. And the Empress was doing it 40 years before that, gathering all this information, in which I end up getting a large portion of it put in my hands as I was the chief of information. And I received a large amount of it from the Minister of Education, Ravana Bey, of the Empire Washita Didagdamanya. In the summer of 2003. Okay. Now, we see here Stolen Legacy by George G. James. And if you don't know what happened to him, I'll tell you. He was a high degree Mason, and they cut his neck from ear to ear and pulled his tongue out his mouth for revealing this information that I'm about to reveal to you. Yeah. See, I don't have to worry about these types of things. I never took an oath to hide any information from you. Consequently, Europeans, Masons, took a blood oath to never reveal to the children of the Moors who they truly were. Oh, that's what happened. And this is from Alim Hopkins Bey, quotes in his book, What Your History Books Failed to Tell You. Nevertheless, this truth was revealed in the phenomenal book, Stolen Legacy by George G. James, that the Moors were the custodians, the protectors of ancient Sumerian, Egyptian, Kemet, or Cometian mysteries called Hakka, the teachings of Tahuti. Furthermore, he states in the 8th century AD, the Moors, i.e., natives of Mauritania, of North Africa invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture which they had preserved. Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized, i.e., it belongs to a common parent and system, i.e., the wisdom teaching or mysteries of Egypt. In addition, the Moors kept up constant contact with Mother Egypt. Therefore, moderate day Freemasonry arrived or is derived from that. What else from that system? So, Stolen Legacy, George G. James tells us that there was a Grand Lodge of Tamari, Kemet, Egypt, called the Temple of Karnak. And I'll show you the Temple of Karnak because I've been there, which is called the Temple of Luxor, also called the Temple of Heru, that chartered or commissioned lodges or schools in other lands. Let's find out what these other lands are. The founder of these lodges were initiated into the Tamarian Commission Egyptian Mystery System or the Freemasonic Freemason Order. Some Hierophants went to other lands, taking with them this knowledge. No matter what the Hierophant opened lodges, the Grand Lodge of the Tamari, Kemet, Egypt, was still in authority and controlled the lesser or the greater mysteries and the greater mysteries. Ancient subordinate lodges of the ancient Grand Lodge of Egypt, Tamari, Kemet, recorded by Dr. George G. James are Epepi or Epept Sut. Yes. Apepti Sut is also another name. But here, its name actually. But here it says what? A. Native Americans. What? Olmec, Mayans, Aztecs, Incas, Toltecs, and etc. of North, Central, and South America, Mexico. B. Central and South America. So there was lodges, ancient lodges, allegedly subordinate lodges in America, in North America, in Central America, in South America, Mexico. You can read the others for yourself. I'm going to continue on because that's the main point I want to make. And the grades of students in the mystery system. The Egyptian mystery system had 3 grades of students. You had the mortals, i.e., probationary students who were being instructed but were or who had not yet experienced the intervision. 2, the intelligence, i.e., those who had obtained the intervision and had received mind or nous. And the word from nous is where you get Noah from in your Bible. Okay. 3, the creators or sons of light who had become identified with or united with the light, i.e., the true African spiritual consciousness. Now, of course, many would say, well, this happened in reverse. That obviously the Grand Lodge was here in America. I agree. Because the Egyptians got their information from the Atlanteans. Yeah. And America was once called Atlantis or Aslan. Yes. And we drugged the Nile to make it equivalent or just as equivalent as that of the Mississippi. In other words, we made the Nile what it is. And like I said, I've been teaching over 35 years. So I'm going to give just a little bit of my resume. All right. I had me and some brothers back in the days, back in 90. We had what is called the Hall of Knowledge bookstore while I was in college. So when I was taking business and economics, it was crazy that here I was already having a business and they teaching me about a business. That's and they didn't have a business. How you going to teach me something about something you don't have? And yet I already have it. So guess what? I ended up changing my major. I didn't need a degree in business or economics. Because all I would have learned was fractions, essentially, in algebra. And I didn't like algebra as it was. But anyway. All right, so I was the principal teacher from 90 to 95, and we held free meetings every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday at 7 o'clock on comparative religious studies, African American history, ancient and indigenous languages, such as Semitic languages, Aramaic, Hebrew, Arabic, etc., Metronetia, etc., Phoenician. I worked at the Boys and Girls Club, or Joseph White's Boys and Girls Club, as an art director. Once I got out of college, because part of my degree was in art, concentrated in history and art. Those was my field, was history and art. My major was sociology. So sociology, and my concentration was history, in particular, Afrocentricity, as they refer to it then as. And I taught children artwork, drawing, painting, etc., between the ages of 6 to 16. Assumed all responsibility on the regular classroom teacher. So I was a teacher, including professional development, communication with parents, assessments of the students, staff meetings, collaborated with cooperating teachers to design curriculums and lesson plans, perform basic administrative duties such as recording attendance and organizing students' portfolio. Okay. Yeah. I also was a radio announcer. All right. Yes, I was a radio announcer. I was Dr. Alim l-Bey on WRFG Community Radio between 1997 and 1998. And yes, that was the voice in which that I used. And that's just what I did. And my time slot was 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. So we got a chance to play some hip hop, as well as also a little bit slowing down by the 10 o'clock time. The quiet storm, as we refer to it as. And then later on, after I left Atlanta, which was in '99, came back to North Carolina in 2000, opened up another bookstore. This one was called Cultural Freedom Bookstore. All right. Once again, I was the principal teacher there. And we picked up to where we left off at with the Hall of Knowledge Bookstore. Now, the Hall of Knowledge Bookstore, I named it because that was the hall on which that Pops, or who we used to call Imam Isa, now you refer to him as Malachi Z. York, had on Bushwick, or for Bushwick, the Hall of Knowledge, in which that was there, in which that was the question and answering hall. Well, we named our store after that because there were no All Eyes on Egypt at that time period. So that's what we utilize. All right. Now, the awards in which that I've been given, which you'll see some pictures in a minute here, but the 25th Annual Black Book Achievement Award, 2018, the Nat Turner Library presented the Mayat Award to my wife, Kadera Mayat Tupac El-Bey. And the award for me was Dr. John Henry Clark Award. All right. And then I had also an award from cultural educators from out of Canada, Cannon Land, Award of Appreciation for lecturing and teaching classes in history, African and African American studies, or what we call Moorish studies, comparative religious studies, August 2006, October 2006, and October 2011. Salam Scents, Fragrances, and Cultural Center, a Certificate of Appreciation, October 2003. All right. And then we also had, I was also on TV, NBC affiliate TV station, UPN, Channel 46 out of St. Louis, Missouri, and Chicago, Illinois. I will come on during the time of the early morning and teach the same information what I'm teaching now. It would be during the time of the pastors. All right. Then, of course, I've taught and lectured at Fairfield State University, Charles Chestnut Library, Benedict College of Columbia, South Carolina, where Bobby Hemmett went to, A&T University of Greensboro, North Carolina, Prince George Community College, Long Island University, LIU in Brooklyn, New York, Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago, Illinois, Harriet Tubman School, PS 154 in Harlem, the Dempsey Center in Harlem, New York, the National Black Theater in Harlem, which they tore down, which I heard they're going to resurrect it. We'll see. Or it might be already resurrected. I have no idea. The Black and Gold Sacred Cultural Healing Center of Harlem, New York. All right, that's Brother Infidici. Columbia County Library Headquarters, Greenville County Library, Healing Wings Institute, Soul Brother Boutique, African Books in Lithonia, Cultural Communication of Atlanta, Georgia, Mutana Cafe of Atlanta, House of Consciousness, Norfolk, Spinks Par, Bookstore, Salam Sense of Winston-Salem, Rotopia Bliss, Solely Vegan, Vegan Flavor, okay, Muata Books or in the United Kingdom in England, Ancient Future of London in England, Ngozi Center of Columbia, Ohio, Freeport, Bahamas, AABH of Sacramento, which is the school, Sophia's Garden in Miami, Florida, Marcus Garvey Center School in Toronto, Ontario, WRFG Community Radio, Atlanta, Georgia, First World Order Radio. Finally, we are on the air. Y'all heard me say that many times. Y'all got a little bit of what I was doing at WRFG with Blog Talk Radio. Blog Talk. All right. The Inner Light Radio, Heart Chakra Radio, Civil Alert Radio, Conversation with the Queen Radio Show, Truth to Power Radio, Occult Science Radio, Dino Dean Radio. All right. The Insightful Hour Radio Show, Conscious Radio Show, House of Consciousness Radio, High Frequency Radio, Abundance Internet Radio, Moorish Talk Radio, or Live 100 at Blog Talk Radio, Know the Ledge Radio, and the remix with Miss Blue Raspberry Wan. All right. Now, just go and do the research. All right. And we'll have more in a second here because we ain't even getting to the lecture yet. I'm still giving information in which that concerning who I am, because I've been doing this so long, I forget that there's a new generation that comes up and don't know anything about me, you know. They out here, jocking other guys or other people, But here, this is Juckinu. We was in the Bahamas in the Juckinu, and they placed a crown on my wife's head here, as you can see. This is the award I was talking about at Nat Turner's Library, in which that I received the John Henry Clark Award for my books. I've lectured with Brother Black Dot. If you don't know who he is, check him out. I've lectured with Elder Taj Tariq Bey. You don't know who he is, check him out. I've lectured with Baba Phil Valentine. If you don't know who he is, check him out. I've lectured with Brother Panic before he passed. Alayhi salam upon him. All right. That was the God in which that I hung out with, went to his house, ate with, chilled with. I got to tell you now, if you don't know who he is, check him out. All right. This is Abdullah Mozi Bey. Good brother. Lecture with him. Check him out. I've lectured with Sheikh Sufi. All right. Baba Sheikh Sufi, as well as also KT the Arch Degree. All right. As well as also Brother Elohi, who is a Sifu in Shaolin. All right. Martial arts. I've lectured with Dr. Layla Africa on several occasions. In fact, he told me you're doing a phenomenal job teaching. And I was somewhat shocked because I didn't even know that he was paying attention to my ass. All right. Here, you see me and Brother KT Arch Degree giving each other dap. And of course, once again, Dr. Layla Imhotep Africa and his wife Melanie, as well as also Baba Booker T. Coleman, as he was formerly known as Kaba Khamenei, as he is now. I've lectured with him several times. Here it is, another picture. All right. I've lectured with Brother Azariah, Azazel, many times. All right. I've interviewed Professor Walter Williams many times. I've even lectured and provided lecture space for Crumb Snatcher, or who be known as Master Student. Now he is all shaved up now. You can barely recognize it's him. I've also lectured with Brother Ani or Saru, all right, a couple of times, a few times, and hopefully, him as well as also Brother Bedell will be part of the March event. So make sure you come to the March event, March 20th, 21st, and 22nd. I'm gonna keep saying that March 21st, 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Go to Dr. Alim l-Bey, DrAlimelbey, to the website, and you'll see it as soon as you go there on the first page. All right. Fuquana Law-Bey, one of our chiefs, also formerly of Stetsasonic, as well as also member of Gravediggers. All right, you see us here. You know who this is? Yeah, this is Killer Priest. All right, we chilling, minding our business. Anyway, this here is Brother Ryan Davis. All right, North Cackalack, brother, one of the funniest brothers that's out right now. You don't know Ryan Davis, all right? You don't know Killer Priest. You don't know Fuquana Law-Bey. You don't know Brother Annie. Y'all slipping. I'm also a Freemason. Yes, and I mean free. All right? Phreemessen. Freemason. All right? Not a slave mason. All right? I'm part of the ancient free Moorish rite. And as you see, this is me here. I don't know if you can see that, but that's me. All right, this is me here with the El-Bey. This is the El-Bey. All right, so I've been researching mounds nearly 25 years. So when somebody asks me, well, what are your credentials concerning the mounds? And, what can you do? Should we listen to you, really? Anyway, get these books. And therefore, you just don't have to listen to me. Read, study, research. The Mound Builders. Mound Builders. Their Works and Relics by Reverend Stephen Stephen D. Pleat. Okay. Also get the American nations or outline of a national history of the ancient and modern nations of North and South America. Okay. This is by Professor C.S. Rafinik. Oh, yes. Oh, I didn't even get to the chef part yet. So, what are mounds? Well, mounds are indigenous spiritual technology. Indigenous people have an indigenous technology for simultaneously connecting with all three realms of the spirit. And how do they do that? Through mounds and through pyramids. But mounds tend to be sepulchral or ancestral burial grounds. All right. And of course, they're also all protective military strategic mounds. All right. As well as also mounds based on certain alignments. Here, mounds are placed on ley lines and ley nodes to tap Terra Chi, to tap the chi of the planet. Terra means earth or territory, terrain, and chi is the energy of the planet. And that's what the mounds are there for. All right. Mounds are also aligned with astrological and galactic star formations because as above, so below, as within, so without. You also have a mound in which that we speak of, which is at the roof of your mouth called the epiphany gland, or as the Indians out of India would say, Hindustan, they will refer to it as the talu gland. Talu, talu gland. Now, Mound Complex in Louisiana dates back to 5,400 to 5,000 years before the present. Okay. These are just some of the mounds that I've been to and I've done some research at. Cahokia Mounds, Emerald Mounds, Serpent Mounds, Town Creek Mounds, Etowah Mounds, Moundsville, Alabama, and the Caddo Mound. And we're going to get to more mounds here in a second. And I'm going to, let's get to it. This is Monk Mound at Cahokia. Okay. This is the Serpent Mound in southern Ohio. This is Town Creek Mound in Mount Gilead, North Carolina. Now, when we used to go to this mound, this actually became our gathering place annually for our March event. Then you have Etowah Mounds in Carterville, Georgia. Moundsville, Alabama. Ocmulgee Mound in Macon, Georgia. Now, this is an article from 2003. So we've been doing this, and this bears witness to it, bringing in autumn. Two groups that identify themselves as United Washita Deduktamanya Tribe and the Yamasee Tribe honors the autumnal equinox in a ceremony Tuesday at the Ocmulgee Mounds, all right, or National Monument in Macon. The Washita is not a federally recognized tribe and don't want to be. Because that means that would be FBI controlled. We are at the United Nations. The Yamasee, according to most historical records, died out in the 1700s. Did they really die out? We're going to see that. See if that happened or not. Some members of the two groups are also members of the Nuwaubian nation of Moors, according to the group's leaders. Here you see my wife. We are here at the Edible Mounds historical site. This is me here at the Kolomogi Mound. Me at the Emerald Mounds. This is another picture of the Kolomogi Mounds. Fort Wayne, Detroit. We found mounds there in Detroit. Yeah, this one's called the Z Mound, but in Detroit, we call it the Phoenix Mound because I used to live in Detroit for a little while, in Detroit. And we called it the Phoenix Mound, and people was riding up and down the damn mound with their freaking bicycles and shit. Didn't have an idea of what they was doing. Didn't have no idea. The desecration that they was doing to the land. This is in Kansas City that we did, myself, as well as with the goddess Alatnu. Here she is. On Blueberry Hill. All right. You see me in front of the mounds. This is the house on which Daddy Alatnu grew up in. And this house was at the highest point of the mound. It sat on top of the highest point of the mound. And she didn't even know that she lived on top of a mound. And wonder why she was always drawn to this information. This right here is what we call the Dick on the Hill. And we refer to it as that because of the fact is that, the hill is a mound. And the crazy part is that when we put it into Google, this is what Google first stated. Yes, the Liberty Memorial in Kansas City is situated within Penn Valley Park, which contains the historical Native American Indian Mound, a significant earthwork built by ancient people, with the memorial built near it, honoring a separate historical period by sharing the site predominance. While the memorial isn't directly on top of the mound itself, they are closely associated with parts of the memorial complex and the surrounding parkland, acknowledging the complex and the mounds are distinct historical features that share the same park, with the mound being an important historical landmark recognized by the city. The mound, Indian Mound, is a 1,800-year-old earthen mound built by Native Americans for burial and ritual purposes. Wow. The memorial. The Liberty Memorial was built in the 1920s as a tribute to World War I soldiers. Your left, right, left. Location. The memorial sits on a predominant hill overlooking Kansas City, part of Penn Valley Park, which also encompasses the Indian Mound. On Blueberry Hill. And then we went back, and 5 minutes later, and this is what Google said now. The Liberty Memorial National World War I Museum and Memorial in Kansas City is not built on top of a Native American Indian mound. It was constructed on a predominant or prominent hill bluff overlooking the city, specifically chosen as a symbolic site for a World War I memorial. The idea that the Liberty Memorial site was an ancient burial ground is a misconception. There is a separate historical significant location in the northeast area of Kansas City known as Indian Mound or Indian Mound Park, which is a recognized geological feature and a site of past Native American settlements and potential ceremonial use. This is a historical significance located in the northeast area of Kansas City known as Indian Mound or Indian Mound Park, which is a recognized geological feature and a site of past Native American settlements and potential ceremonial use. This is a different location from the Liberty Memorial site. It's different. It's different. Oh, okay. There it is there. We're in front of it. Okay. All right. Archaeological excavations at the Liberty Memorial site during its development included the museum expansion in the early 2000s, but did not uncover Native American mounds or burial grounds. Rather, they confirmed the geological nature of the hill. On Blueberry Hill. The site was dedicated by Allied commanders in 1921 and by President Calvin Coolidge, because it was cool then to desecrate American Indian Moors' native land, indigenous land, in 1926. All right, this is me. I'm standing in Arizona, and in Arizona they have a tour in which that you go to Sedona, and you can actually go to this tour, and it's called the Egyptian tour, and they will show you things in which that should only be in Egypt, but they was there in Sedona, not just in the Grand Canyon. And there are melted buildings in Arizona because there was a large amount of heat on which that was stimulated, in which that turned that area into a desert. What type of heat you think that was? Yeah. Large amounts of heat. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah. These was buildings at one time that was melted by a large amount of heat. So America was filled with large cities and incredible structures, yet everyone think we were all just primitive people running around lost. Yeah. That's right. The Book of Atlantis and the Queen Mu states that the Egyptians said that their ancient ancestors came from the West. We'll get to that in a second. Thank you, brother Ramesu. So here, see, we've been doing it for 25 years with the mounds, and you're just catching on now. Being that all of a sudden all you Negroes are indigenous and aboriginal. Before 2010, all you Negroes thought you was just African. And y'all was laughing at me and a very few other people who were saying otherwise. Yeah. I did the lecture with Brother Seti up in New York in 2009 on my birthday, April the 19th, 2009. And I remember asking the audience, about 400 and some odd people, about shovel teeth and these teeth that's in all of your mouths. 3 people raised their hands. Oh, that's all that is? I said, God damn it, put your hands up. This is a sticker. Get them hands up. Y'all up in here lying. Somebody said I'm on mute. What about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me? All right. So I showed them the picture of the shovel teeth. And like I said, only 3 people raised their hands. Only 3. And then all of a sudden, after I said, get them goddamn hands up, stop lying, get them hands up. This is a stick up. Nearly all of the audience raised their hands to inform me that they did have the shovel teeth in their mouth, showing that they were not pure Africans, because Africans don't have shovel teeth. Europeans don't have shovel teeth. Only Asian and Native Americans have shovel teeth. But regardless, I already told people then in 2009 that y'all not going to even understand what took place here during this debate until 5 years down the line. Now all of a sudden everybody is indigenous aboriginal. Because now they realize that that shit that they told us in school didn't make sense. Which is shit that I've been saying for 35 years. 25 years, as you've seen with the mounds. And then 15 years with the SETI debate. We almost made Pan-Africanism obsolete. But some of y'all still running around here following Pan-African thing, which is fine once you know who you are in America. We need allies. But you need to know who you are first. Yeah, exactly. And now even SETI all of a sudden is now saying, based on Brother Ramesu, he said, SETI had a recent video saying we are aboriginal to America because it was too cold during the Ice Age or something like that. Exactly. But regardless, here are examples of our trips that we've been making to the pyramids. to various mounds and pyramids in North America. Here it is, Cruise to the Pyramids. March 21st through the 24th, 2013. 5 nights, 4 days. Royal Caribbean, Jewel of the Sea. Here he is. We busting out. All right. Here it is, September the 29th, October the 6th. Pyramid Cruise. All right. Huh? Oh, all right. Now we moved it up. 7 days and 7 nights, Mexico, to the pyramids. Pyramids at the sea. Oh, here go another one. Oh, 2021. Ooh, Brilliance of the Sea. Belize, Costa Maya. Yeah, the pyramids in Cozumel, Mexico. See, this is what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Y'all missed this. These are the things that we've been doing. See, this is why I have to go over this information, because y'all think we just Rudy Poop, we just sitting in front of the goddamn computer, typing away and talking to you over the computer. No, we did things. We was at the United Nations. We went to the mounds. We went to the pyramids. We went on cruises. Where was you? Is the question. Yeah, receipts. And here is a crowd of us, about 20 of us. About 20 of us realized what the heck was going on, and we went to the pyramids. Yeah, the same way that they was going to Egypt with Ashwa Kwesi, Dr. Ben, Anthony T. Broder, even Pastor Ray Hagins, all of them. When there's pyramids and mounds right here in your backyard that you ain't even go and investigate yet. We have. We have. We've been to Muyil as early as 300 BC, long before the grand cities of Chichen Itza, Tulum, and Uxmal came into existence. We was there. Akbalam, we was there. Tulum, we was there. Koba, we was there. Exmal, we was there. We was there. We was there also, and not just at Chichen Itza, which is called the Olmec Pyramid of Quetzalcoatl. All right? But we was also at the step pyramid of Imhotep, the Zagharat. Okay? Oh yeah, they found pyramids in North Dakota, in Tennessee, in Arkansas. These are some of the buildings in which that was once we was dealing with these particular temples. All right. This is Maidum collapse pyramid, as they state. This is the Bent pyramid. Been there. This is the temple of Karnak. Epet Sut. This is me in front of the Sphinx and the pyramids. For those that say, well, Alim, you ain't in none of the pictures. Where you at? Well, there I am, nigga. I'm there. I'm right there. There I am again, nigga. I'm right there. You see? I'm right there. I ain't go too far. I'm right there. Yeah, I'm right there. Yeah, yeah. And those that want to continue the mound hunt, the pyramid hunt, join us. We're United Washington, Deductamania, Moore Nation. We trying to build a nation. We ain't out here just selling paperwork. I know that's what y'all used to. Y'all know who this is? This is a Grand Master of Comedic Yoga. Okay? This is the Grand Master of Comedic Yoga. Here I am in the temple. All right? Here I am in front of Khufu, what is called Cheops Pyramid, in which that we went into. I'm also an author. All right. I showed you the achievements of the written books. My first book was The First World Order, in which that I released in 2009. Another one's Divine Hymns of Akhenaten, Unten, The Occult Powers of Psalms, The Art of Candle Burning, and the Healing Aroma of Incense. Another one is Planetary Genesis, Stargate DNA, and Human Extraterrestrial Origin. Now, I don't know why y'all are not getting this book right here. I'm telling you straight up that this book is one of the greatest books that you can ever have in your library. And I'm not saying that just because I wrote it. I'm saying it because it's needed. Okay? They found pyramids in Oregon. And we're going to keep going through the names. So I'm a sociologist, a historian, and a lawyer. Oh, yes. I know. So I have, what is a sociologist? An expert in or student of the development, structure, and function of human society. That's what I do. Oh, Fairfield State University offer minors in various fields, but dedicated to history minor isn't explicitly highlighted in the initial search result. Instead, they feature in Africana studies minor focus on history, culture, race, and politics. That was my concentration. And when you deal with sociology, what are the fields of sociology? Because, see, sociology is broad enough that I was able to encompass everything that I wanted to do and needed to do within that field. There are approximately 21 different fields of study that can be engaged in as a sociologist. You have public issues and public policy, family and life course, crime, law, and deviancy, law. You have education. You have global issues. You have medicine and health. Oh, see, there you go. Social, psychological, and interaction. You have economic markets and consumerism. You have inequalities and stratification. You have race and ethnicity, politics, technology, research methods, work in organization, biology and sociology, gender and sexology or sexuality. You have religion and spirituality. You have social change. You have culture, comparative historical approaches, all right? Approaches. Place and environment, theory and knowledge. All right. So many of these fields, when you see me talk about sociology, historian, and lawyer, they all is part of the same field as far as I'm concerned. So here you have from Federal State University, a constituted institution, all right, of the University of North Carolina, has conferred upon Asari Alim Tupac El-Bey the degree of Bachelor's of Arts Sociology. All right, there it is. All right. Also, in grad school, I am in basically a Master's of Legal Studies, MLS, as it's called. This is a law degree for non-lawyers. In other words, I don't choose to go before the bar. But what can I do? Well, I can be a lawyer for my indigenous tribe because it is part of what is called Masters of Legal Studies in Indigenous Peoples Law. All right, which is an online MLS in Indigenous Peoples Laws designed for non-lawyers whose career or interests intersects with Indian country, developing a working knowledge of Native American policy and understanding the complex rules of federal Indian law elevates one's ability to engage with Indian tribes and Native communities through works in tribal governance, administrative regulations, business practices, and various of other fields. All right, so right there, it gives me the same information I'm telling you that is part of that 21 field of sociology, right? So guess what? I'm in my last semester, all right, for my graduate degree as a lawyer. My last semester. This is it right now. So y'all are blessed that I even get the time to even get on here to give you and disseminate this information. Here we have the Universal Life Church, and you see the Doctor of Divinity. Remember, dealing with religion. Here you see me also with a Doctor of Metaphysics degree. All right. And if you can see right here, let's see. This is church news and more. This is church news and more. All right. Right here, look to the right and you see Doctor of Metaphysics. Who name is that? Second name. That's Alim El-Bey. Yeah, that's me. Oh, go to Master Herbalist. Oh, come down. Oh, the third name. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's Alim El-Bey again. All right. So that is from where? The Emmanuel Bible College and Herbal Academy. All right. Convocation for the conference of degrees. Emmanuel Bible College. It was in Fayetteville, North Carolina, 1811 Overlook Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina. And it was under Dr. T.W. Murray, president and founder. And if the number is the same, you can call. Okay? For those that need more information concerning such, you know. But there it is, Doctor of Metaphysics. So that's why I am Dr. Alim El-Bey, because I'm a doctor of divinity, as well as also a doctor of metaphysics. Therefore, I can use the title doctor. I'm also a business owner. All right, well, we're going to get into the business owner. This is where Brother Stray Panther was talking about, that I'm also a decent chef. All right, right here. I got a shout out in Atlanta. Shout out Atlanta. It says, meet Asari Alim El-Bey, metaphysical teacher, master herbalist and natural health consultant. All right. Bestseller too. Juice and More. This is my brick and mortar store. Yes, you can come and not just get things from off the computer. All right. We're not just a computer base or internet base. All right. Store. You can actually come into the store. All right. Come. Yeah. Come. Journey. Come with us. All right. With Juice and More, Herbal Market, and Vegan Smoothie Cafe, we received the award for the best from Restaurant Guru last year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that. Ah, I've been modest all this time, yes. Now it's time for y'all to know. Okay, now it's time for y'all to know. So here I am sitting in my store, in my business. Okay. Here's people enjoying. Here's the herbal section here to the left. Down the aisle, you can see the crystals and the different other vitamins and minerals and products that we have as well. Oh, there goes some of the food that we have. Yeah, the pizza, the tuna melt. Yeah, as well as also the nachos. Yeah, this is the type of stuff that Brother Straight Panther is talking about, that I'm a decent chef. Yes, I'm also not just Chief Alim, I'm Chef Alim as well. All right? Chef Boyardee. All right. Here, I'm also a healer. All right? Here I am doing a Reiki healing on Brother Hiru. All right. Not only have I gone through Reiki 1, 2, and 3, I'm also a Reiki Grand Master, levels of 5 through 20. That's some additional things. I almost cussed. This is my certification from Dr. Paul Gauss, my iridology degree, in which that I earned from him. This is the Emmanuel Bible College Herbal Academy of my Master Herbalist degree. This is my Natural Health Consultant diploma from Stratford Career Institute. Now we get to the presentation. Ooh, it took an hour just to get through that information. Now let's drum up. All right. So we know that every record has been destroyed or falsified. All right. Yeah, this is part of the thing right now. Every record has been destroyed and falsified. Every book rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless presence in which the party is always right. This is George Orwell's 1984 book. Now that's deep, because he says every record has been destroyed or falsified. And we know that the Albion has done that. We know that every book has been rewritten to tell their story. They have done that. Every picture has been repainted. They have black out through whitewash. All right? Every statue and street building has been renamed. Yeah, because they claim that they found the building. They never made the building because these buildings existed for hundreds and thousands of years. The ones that we're going to talk about before they even got here. So who built them? Oh, I tell you, you did. But let's get to that. All right. So number one, ancient Egypt was in America first, and that's the truth of the matter. And this is the reason why I was before my time when I showed you specifically this illustration of me talking about indigenous aboriginal affairs, and people wonder why I put ancient Egypt on front of the cover. Because in this book called The First World Order, guess what happens? I tell them that Egypt is in America. Before, once again, this is 2009. And I wrote the book originally in 2000. I began writing in 2004. Okay, I didn't get it published until 2009. But we're talking about 20 years. So if you're 20 and you just now talking about you indigenous and aboriginal, come on. The original Nile River is the Mississippi River. The pyramids in Egypt are copies of the original mounds and pyramids across the Mississippi Valley, the Grand Canyon in Florida. The word Mississippi, or Memphis, as in Tennessee, was the original Egyptian capital, not Cairo in Africa. The United States had thousands of ancient mounds and buried pyramids, including some with hieroglyphics. They didn't build pyramids in Egypt first. They recreated them after fleeing the destruction of ancient America, which was Atlantis. In particular, the Atlantis Islands, now known as Caribbean, the West Indies. Jerusalem and the Holy Lands were in America. The real Jerusalem was in the Appalachian region, possibly stretching into parts of Ohio, Kentucky, and Carolina. Mount Sinai, Jordan River, and even Bethlehem were all original names of the sites across ancient America. When Atlantis, America fell, survivors renamed land overseas to mirror the sacred sites they lost. This is why so many towns in the United States are named Cairo, Palestine, Memphis, Lebanon, Rome, Athens, Damascus. They will all preserve the memories of the original sacred realm. The wars that destroyed ancient America, Atlantis, in which that I showed you that buildings were destroyed. In particular, those buildings were in Arizona. All right, massive energy weapons were used in a cosmic level war. And this war was between the Atlanteans, Inky aligned, versus Lemurian, Mu, and inner Earth tribes, which is Enlil, Thoth aligned. All right, resulting in massive flooding, earthquakes, portal collapses, and the loss of frequency tech. Survivors fled to Africa, Europe, Asia, and reestablished under new names, but never regained the original frequency power. This is the real fall of man, the destruction of the original land and the fractioning of human DNA and memory. This is how you allegedly lost. You was once a 12-stranded being to become just a 2-stranded being. When they moved the names overseas to hide the location of the real sacred sites, to protect the bloodline elites who knew the truth, to bury the real history under colonialization, genocides, and national borders. Because America still holds the buried tech, pyramids, and energy grids from the original realm. But with them destroying, there was originally 200,000 mounds. Because of infrastructure and the destruction, that has been lowered to about 20,000 mounds. Okay. To bury the real history under the colonization, genocides, and national borders, because America still holds the buried tech, pyramids, and energy grids from the original realm. What's buried in ancient America? Sun temples in Florida, buried pyramids under the Grand Canyon sealed by the Smithsonian, energy vortexes in Sedona, Arkansas, and Gulf Coast, giant skeleton Nephilim DNA sealed away by the Smithsonian, ancient tree stumps and fossilized stargates. They turned ancient America into the new world to erase the old world from memory. The United States is built on the bones of the Atlantis, and this is why that the center of control, but also the center of the awakening. What's me to build a full want me to build a full PDF Codex title, Ancient America equals Atlantis, which I've already done technically within my book, First World Order. I also have that information in the new book, Planetary Genesis, which I suggest that y'all get. It also includes maps showing original Egypt, Jerusalem, and sacred sites in America, timelines of war and the fall of Atlantis, evidence of pyramids, temples, ancient tech in the United States, and etc., and how the names were stolen and placed overseas. Now we can get to a book called Forbidden Archaeology, and this is a metallic vase from pre-Cambrian rock. The June 5th, 1852 issue of the Scientific American magazine contained a report about a blast carried out at Meeting Hill Rock in Dorchester, Massachusetts. The blast disgorged tons of rocks described by the United States Geological Survey as pudding stone over 600 million years ago. A bell-shaped metallic vessel was blown out of the rock that was about 4 inches high and was covered with exquisite carving, indicating the presence of artistic metal workers over 600 million years ago in Dorchester, Massachusetts. That's here in what is now called the United States, of what we now, as we refer to as North America. 600 million years ago. So if people are not going back 600 million years ago here in the Americas, they need to be quiet because they're very limited in their research. Why was I able to put this information together? Because it's simple. It was right there in plain view. Why they not able to? I have no idea. Because they're not reading enough, maybe? They're not putting this information together? Here. The Hidden History of the Human Race by Michael Cremo, Richard L. Thompson states, in Antelope Springs, Utah, prince of a... Now, remember, Utah is Judah, and that's where they state that the land of Judah was located. And it makes sense because the Mormons, are located there. All right. And the Mormon actually are over Ancestry.com. And they control a large portion of the information concerning DNA. So they know exactly who you are, Hebrew Israelites. 60% of us is E1B1A. All right, so here, Utah, prints of a man wearing shoes in which that the left foot had trotted on a troglodyte, an animal or a creature of 4.4, or what we now refer to as 440 million years ago. Here, iron cup. All right, this iron cup, the coal deposit of Oklahoma mine, are dated to 312 million years old. The Kentucky footprint. The strata in which that this print was found are dated to 354 to 290 million years old. This handcrafted bell found in 300 million year old lump of coal. Here we have a petrified human skull. Right? How old is it? Is the question. How old is it? All right. Millions of years old. Here we have Fisher Canyon, Nevada, a shoe print with clear traces of strong thread in a coal seam dating back to 12 million years old. All right. We have St. Louis, Missouri, footprints in premium rock, 200 million years old. We have Berea, Kentucky, footprints in Pennsylvania rock, 200 million years old. We have Persian County, Nevada, a shoe print showing evidence of a well-cut and double-stitched leather sole. In Triadics, limestone dating back to 160 to 195 million years old. Then Glen Rose, Texas, footprints in Cretaceous rock, 70 million years old. Right? Fisher, there we go. We keep saying it over and over again. And here, The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man, written by who we now refer to, who is known as Albert Churchward. He says this: from here, these little men spread it all over the world, north, east, south, and west, until not only Africa, but Europe, Asia, North and South America, and Oceania was populated by them. He was the first, the little red man of the earth. From the pygmy evolved continued progressively in the following order: Bushman, Mosaba Negro, the Nautic Negro, the Maasai, and the Mongoloids, and then the so-called Aryanists. The pygmies inhabited Earth for 30 million years. This is in the book Gods and the Spacemen in the Ancient West. Here we have this 28 million year old human skeleton, in which that was in the British Museum in the basement. All right? Yeah. Yeah, now that was by Raymond Drake. W. Raymond Drake, this book here, Gods and the Spacemen in the Ancient West. Also, he has Gods and Spacemen in the Ancient East as well. All right. And some other books. But here's a 28 million year old human fossil. Right here, before Atlantis. 20 million year old of human and pre-human cultures. This is written by Frank Joseph, who was the editor for Ancient American Magazine. Okay, exploring emerging and suppressing evidence from archaeology, anthropology, and biology. Frank Joseph challenges conventional theories of evolution, the age of humanity, the origin of civilization, and the purpose of megalithics around the world. He revealed 20 million year old quartzite tools discovered in the remains of extinct fauna in Argentina, and other evidence of ancient pre-human culture from which we are not descended. Well, they aren't. We are. Of course, that gives us the understanding of individuals like who we now refer to Albert Perry. Albert Perry, DNA was tested after he passed human form, and that DNA verified the fact that he had AOO haplogroup. All right. And AOO haplogroup happens to be, and he was in South Carolina, and his haplogroup happened to be older than Cameroon haplogroup, as well as the various A haplogroups mentioned in Africa, demonstrating the fact that the population began here in the Americas. All right. And guess what? We are descendants of that same lineage. I have AOO haplogroup, but the predominant haplogroup right now, because it's being passed down from father to son, is E1B1A. But we have A00 haplogroup. If you are a so-called American, you have that. Okay? So, get that book. All right, and y'all can see Frank Joseph too. He's talking in front of Brother Bobby Hemmett, as well as also the Empress of the Washita. Okay, but here's a geographical location of Mu. All right, which was made up of the islands of Hawaii, Easter Island, Tahiti, Samoa, as well as some others. Now, who resided on Mu? Well, in A Hidden Life in Freemasonry by C.W. Ledbetter, he led with it. And he says the Pygmy race is a relic of the old Lemurians and represents them more purely than any other people. The Lemurians were at one time a gigantic people, but in the process of dying out, they diminished in size. The African Bushmen were also remnants of the same race, but were very mixed blood, and the same thing is true of those who are usually called the Australian Aboriginals, except that in their case, there is a very admixture of Aryan blood. At one time, the Pygmies were spread out over a great deal more of Africa than in present, and some of them were the first people to enter Egypt. So these giants, these small people, who they was the same people, was the first to enter into Egypt. Into Egypt from where? Oh, I know. It just told you, from Lemuria. According to David Childress, Hawaii, Fiji Islands, Easter Island, and some of the Los Angeles area, because Los Angeles was at one time, before the San Andreas fault line came, was an island. There's maps showing that in the 1500s. Okay, and it was the last remains of the great Lemurian Empire. The Lemurian descendants are said to be primarily the people of the South Seas and Oceania. In Hawaii, there is one island where only pure-blooded Hawaiians live. They have full Africoid features, dark skin, and woolly hair. The Lost Continent of Mu, written by James Churchward. James Churchward is the brother to Albert Churchward. All right. And this is what he says. Upper Egypt was colonized and settled by Maya from India. And when the settlement Maya was formally established, a party of Nagals left India and went to Egypt to establish the teachings of the seven sacred inspired writings, religions, and the sciences. Thus, it is seen that the teachings I received in India to an extent, applies also to Egypt. Well, if we go back, we can find out right here. Remember, I showed you. You just got to go back. All right, here we go. Let me find it for you. Remember, right here, George G. James shows you and demonstrates where these subordinate temples are located at. I showed you A and B, North America, Central, and South America. But go to the right hand and you'll see India on the banks of the Ganges River. So all of these temples that they call subordinate was part of this Atlantean system via MOUND system. And even though they had their disagreements and it led to the destruction of what we now refer to as the Grand Canyon, or what is known as Arizona, the state of Arizona in particular. Okay. These same mystery school teachings that we are teaching you now existed then. Here's the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation International Peace Treaty with the Empire Watchdog Deduct the Manya. All right, the Empress put a treaty together with the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation. And here we have Kamehameha. And you will see on Dragon Ball, all the way up to Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball, all the Dragon Balls. Kame. You will hear Goku doing his thing as he released. The name that he's reciting is King Kamehameha, who is the great king of 1758 through May 8th, 1819. And he unified the Hawaiian Islands and formally established the Kingdom of Hawaii. So we have a treaty with the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation. All right. And in 1810, that's when it happened, with him bringing together the Kingdom of Hawaii. Now, the Hawaiian last queen, Lili Uokalani, 1893, they are the remnants of the people of Mu or Lemuria. Here is a picture of the individual named James Churchward. This is his book, The Children of Mu. Right, and he claimed that there were 64 million people who died in the sinking. The Pacific Islands, Hawaii, are the remaining mountaintops or peaks of the lost continent. Precise details, maps of the lost continent of Mu and Atlantis was found on a stone tablet from pre-Inca civilization in Peru by Dr. Javier Carrera, engraved in stone and photographed by Robert Corax. In 1972, the United Nations diplomat Farida Ishkovitz, who was the assistant to the United Nations President Adam Malik, went to Maui, Mu, Hawaii, and researched Mu, misnomer Lemurian ruins and history, and concluded that they were real. So regardless if you think that Mu or Lemuria is a myth, the United Nations know that it's not a myth, because in 1972, they verified that it did exist. So you can stop thinking with your little puny brain because the elites know that this existed. And I told you the history behind it just a second ago. So get the book, The Lost Civilization of Lemuria, The Rise and Fall of the World's Oldest Culture by Frank Joseph once again. All right. What do the empress say about it? Well, this is what she say. The Washita Nation of Moors, a historical synopsis. Peru, Mexico, Isabella, now Cuba, United States of America, Canada, and Alaska, or European inventions, in which comprises the lands of the cultured Moors, or Moors, the descendants from the ancient Amuru nation, the Amuru Washita Moors, the father of civilization began on the great island empire of Lemuria, which about 8,000 years ago was a natural catastrophe, overwhelmed the ancient motherland. Some of its survivors made their way to what has become known in North, Central, and South America. The Washita Nation of Moors is an indigenous people in North America. The Washita, otherwise known as the Olmecs, have been originally associated with the Washita. So the Olmecs or the Washita are the Lemurians, as well as also the Atlanteans. They're brothers and sisters. Accordingly, the Washita has been the primary group of a more general population of indigenous people identifying in history as Amoru, the Moors. Known by the Spanish and the French, the Washita has become to be known to the Spanish, to the English as the Adena Hotwellian people, identified with the Punic Iberian affinity, maintaining a Andalusian Carthaginian heritage, in other words, Phoenician, and such, in other words, Paleo-Hebrew. This is why you find Paleo-Hebrew written on stone here in the Americas throughout the various states. All right. Algonquin Native American having acquired an ancient Egyptian, which, guess what? It happens to be ancient Egyptian, happens to be Phoenician, one and the same language, as well as Punic script and vocabulary, as they had appeared in the epigraphic records of North America. Here we have humans in California 130,000 years ago. Who is them Negroes on the island of California? You already know who they are. All right. Remember, California was part of Lemuria. And we just showed you those connecting pieces. All right. Just showed you. Now, there's new evidence that put man in North America 50,000 years ago. Yes, ancient Egyptian language was Phoenician, one and the same language. Who lived in America 50,000 years ago? That's the question. Well, it's easy to assert because this is by Colonel James Churchward. And he says sculptured tablets recently discovered in Mexico represent startling evidence of prehistoric civilization of the Americas continent, founded by colonizers from the lost motherland of Mu in the Pacific Oceans. Well, let's see. Bam, 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 bam. Let's go down. It says it right here. This is from geneticist Tyrone Cannon. And this is what he says. He says, new evidence put man in North America 50,000 years ago. Same thing. And this is what he says. He said, radiocarbon tests a carbonized plant remains where artifacts were on Earth last May along the Savannah River in Allendale County of University of South Carolina archaeological Dr. Albert Goodyear, indicating that the settlement containing the artifacts were at least 50,000 years old, meaning that the humans inhabited North America long before the last ice age. So that moves the so-called Indians out of the way because they were not here no 50,000 years ago. Who were? Who were here? Well, let's continue on. Bam. He tells you, hey, Mr. Albert, Dr. Albert, he says the evidence for the ancient African migration came in multiple forms: skulls and skeletons, footprints in lava, campsites, genetic M174 and D haplogroups, linguistics, paintings, carvings, architecture. Oh, Egyptian writing, artifacts and structures. That data exposes the false premise that the first Americans came from Asia once and for all. Done. 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 Okay. So who was the pre-Clovis people? Since he's going back 50,000 years, it says the pre-Clovis culture is generally believed to be the first Americans, as in the first humans to populate the Americas. They arrived perhaps as early as 50,000 years ago, according to carbon data at some sites, like the Topper site in South Carolina. They are hunters, gatherers with tools distinct from Clovis. Bam! Once again, they was white. The evidence for the ancient African migration. Why are they saying African migration, though? Because this is what they know. Anytime they find a Negro anywhere on the planet, they got to say that he must have came from Africa. He couldn't have already been there. He came from Africa. Now, of course, if they are found somewhere, they came from that area. So get the book, Ancient Encounters, The Kennewick Man and the First Americans by James C. Chatters, and Clovis, On the Edge of New Understanding by Ashley Smallwood and Thomas Jennings. Oh, here go a DNA test. I wonder who DNA test this is. Oh, Jed Match. Oh, yeah, welcomes Osara Alim New Tupac El-Bey. Oh, and go down. F999919. Clovis. Pre-Clovis. A lot of Clovis. And what does it say? Oh, there it is. Clovis, Montana. 12.5 thousand years ago. And look at all that orange in the 22 chromosome patterns. That's how you know that you're indigenous to this land. Because why isn't it showing up African? It should be all that yellow, all that orange, African. Shouldn't it be? I mean, we're talking about 22 chromosomes now. Oh, and then F9999F0 or 70, Kennewick, United States, 8,000.3 or 8.3 thousand years ago. And you can see a little bit of the orange there within that section as well. You add the two up, because this is Ancient Encounters. Kennewick Man and the first Americans. Well, who's the first Americans? Oh, the Covis, or the pre-Covis, actually, dating back to 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. And Tyrone Lewis Cannon does a scientific, being a geneticist, he did a scientific descendant opinion on my DNA. Yeah, my personal DNA. And just what he says. Ancestry.com analysis in the form of additional communities represents east of the Mississippi River. Original groups that populated the southeastern United States of America. Those Aboriginal Americans form parts of the Mississippi culture. The Mississippian culture was a mound building civilization. I wonder why I'm fascinated with the mounds, because I came from the mound building civilization. The earthen mounds constructed by Alim El-Bey's ancestors predates the Mongoloid occupation. I was here before the Mongoloids. DNA proves it, baby. DNA proves it, baby. So now, the Mississippians, what this says, right here, the article to the right, Negroes were amongst the early settlers of the state of Mississippi. They were, huh? Negroes are mentioned among the very earliest settlers of the state of Mississippi. Yeah. It says stories of a Negro who was the ruler of the Indian tribes are believed to have some basis. Many Negroes today are able to trace their ancestry to the various Indian tribes of the territory of the Mississippi. I didn't make that article. But this is how the Mississippian looks. Look at him. Look at that nose. Them lips. Footprints. Vanished race of the Mississippi Valley. Only way that you Negroes got vanished was because they wrote you out of history. You are still here. This is by A.J. Kanan. A.M., whatever that is. You the same Negroes. I just proved it. It's in my DNA. In other words, I am so-called Paleo-American, preferably Ancient American. I like that term better because paleo, pale, now I'm not pale in no shape, form, or fashion. Aboriginal American ancestry, misnomer, Sub-Saharan African, represents approximately 87%. 87% of Asaru Alim El-Bey's genome reflects the original group that populated the Americas. See, it's not hard. This isn't hard. They're telling you who you are. But if you can't put the pieces of the puzzle together, then you just are African. I'm African. What? Tell me what's happening. I'm an African. What is your Y DNA haplogroup? Mine's is E1B1A, which is a Hebrew Israelite. I am a chosen one. I am of the tribe of Judah and Levi. Yes, I am. I know who I am. I know who I is. I know who I is. Chapter 2, the first Black Native Americans. This from the book We Are Not Just African. The Black Native Americans. This is by Dr. Clyde Winters. So are you? All right now, Yahuda Lioness. That's what I'm talking about. You know who you are, exactly. Perfect. So here, Native Americans. It says several types of blacks entered the Americas, including the Khoisan. People wanted me to talk about the Khoisan, who are the San people, who are one of the oldest people on the face of the planet Earth, along with the Twa people. Anu, who are the Twa people? The Anu or the Tahites or Pata, or Negrito types, and the pro-Saharan or proto-Saharan variety of blacks. And so up until recently, it was believed that the first humans crossed the Bering Strait 12,000 BP to enter the North American continent. This view was never accepted by physical anthropologists. Excuse me, we'll get that right, who have found skeletal remains. All right. So, they first said this, then they took it back, as they always do, Indian givers. The first Americans, the Brazilian find shows that the New World was discovered tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed, can certainly well before the time of the American Indian, or well before the Native American, yes. We are the American Indians, or for lack of a better term, which we don't use the word Indian, and I'll get to that in a minute. Prehistoric skulls were found and buried in layers of soil in Brazilian caves. They are the oldest skulls in America. Lucia belongs to a race founded historically along the realm of the Indian Ocean and in the island of South Asia, in East Africa, and the Australians and Malaysia. This is BBC. That to me is a Negroid. This is Richard Naves here at the University of Manchester in England. And he states, he said, this isn't Mongoloid. This isn't Mongoloid. He said that this to me is a Negroid face. It was all of the features that you would associate it with the Negroid face. The proportions of the face doesn't say anything about being Mongoloid. By Richard Naves, British forensic scientist. Okay, now let's continue on here. No, he didn't want to believe it, but he had no choice until they made them change their information. But here, the first reaction was not to believe in it, but as the result, repeated so many times, and the results is exactly the same thing. The skulls are very similar to the Australian Aboriginals or Aborigine and the Africans, and the similarities of at all with Mongoloid in Asia. It says what? It says, and no similarity, at all with the Mongoloids in Asia. Hold on, we're going to say that again. And no similarities at all with the Mongoloids in Asia. No, with Native Americans, not American Indians. Walter Nays, it says Brazilian anthropology. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time saying anthropology or anthropologist. All right, so that's what's going on, y'all. All right, get it. So it states, so therefore it is likely that we repeat, America was a Negro continent. This is by Carlos Cuervo Marquise, all right? 1858 through 1930. He was a ethnologist, a botanist, military general, historian, and he wrote the book Studies Archaeology and Ethnography. All right, Volume 1, Madrid, 1920. It says Virginia Stein McIntyre, which I'll get to her in a second, said that we was in America 250,000 years. Yeah, longer. Yeah. 350,000. They try to make her take off zeros. Exactly. So are the Phoenicians mentioned in the Bible? Of course they are. Everybody know that. Because the Phoenicians are the Canaanites. And the Phoenicians are also belong to a Semitic Hebrew grouping because of their language. But yes, the Phoenicians discovered the Americas first. Since the Phoenicians are from the Americas and have always been here, this post proves that the ancient Phoenicians were the Americas as you read on, so enjoy. I ain't going to read all of it, but the Ancient Mysteries and Modern Masonry, written by Reverend Charles H. Vell, 32 Degrees. See, I go to the Masons because they are the ones who have the secrets. And they revealed the secrets. You just haven't caught on that the secrets has been revealed. So you think that they hiding some shit from you. They hiding something from you, but they're not. So here it says, we are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. But to America. But to America. But to America. It is a fact that at the Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids under the guidance of the king, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at the time, Egypt and the continent of America was one and the same. At the time, Egypt and the continent of America was one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century. And who did that? 1492. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And what they do? And repopulated in the 17th century. Why did they have to repopulate? What was going on? Oh, I know. The destruction of the Tartarian Moorish Empire. They began to start setting fires to the cities in the 1800s. Go and do your research. They started setting fires to the cities. You'll see San Francisco, Chicago, all of these cities being burnt. That's deep. They all going up in flames the same time, huh? They all would go up the same time. I should say the same 100 years, huh? 1800s, during the same time. Same time as the reset, as they call it. The mud flood. The Great Reset. The orphan trains. Oh, that's why they was repopulating in the 1700s. The orphans, the clones. They was bringing in the clones. Remember, they had incubators in the 1800s. And by the 1900s, these clones were in the North America. Yeah, they was in the North America. These Cabbage Patch Kids, as they became known as. I remember it was a rage in the 1980s with the Cabbage Patch. I'm like, y'all going crazy over these ugly behind dolls? What's wrong with you? These dolls are ugly. These ugly. Oh, shoot. All right. But I mean, maybe it was just me. Maybe I was the only one who thought they was ugly as hell. You know what I'm saying? But but they was going crazy over these dolls in 1980s, boy. I'm telling you. Everybody had them. Everybody had them joints. Yeah, I know some of y'all, I know this is before your times. I know. I know. It's all right. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's all right. But this is why you have a Mason 32 degrees telling you that America was repopulated in the 1700s or the 17th century, I should say, which is the 1800s. And that's when we find the Great Reset. Okay? That's what we do know. We found the Great Reset during the 1800s. Nobody knows the specific year or the specific time that it took place. All right? But we know that it occurred around 1850 with the death of one of the greatest Rosicrucians in particular of all times, and that was with a Moor by the name of Pastel Beverly Randolph in 1875. So somewhere between 1850 to 1875 is when they gathered up this scheme to do these things to repopulate, as he states here. As I said, with these clones, these Cabbage Patch dolls. All right, so these Europeans, these Albigons now, these are Cabbage Patch. All right. And we rediscovered Egypt and recovered, excuse me, and was recovered Egypt. America was recovered Egypt. Did you see that? In America was recovered Egypt. So he just told you that America was Egypt. He just told you that. So where's this Mason's hiding thing coming from? No, you can't. You don't read. That's why you think somebody is hiding something from you. He told you. He put it in the book. He put it in the book. And the promised land. Hold up, the only promised land, I thought that was in Israel. I thought that was over there with them fake juicies. I know them in Revelations 2:9 and Revelation 3:9. I know them who say that they are Jews, but are not. But actually the synagogue of Satan. Yes. So this is the promised land. This is the promised land. And you are the Hebrew Israelites. At least 60% of you are who have E1B1A. In which that stretches back to a different variety of E1B1A than that which is in somewhat in just Africa, because yours go back to Albert Perry's line of A00, which was here in the Americas, which is not the same as the A coming from out of Africa. That's another tale we can go over. Or the land of the constellation of the eagle. The book, The Mound Builders, The Works and the Relics But Stephen Bay, he states this. Between early mound builders, hold on. Professor F.W. Putnam draws a distinction between early mound builders, wink, wink, and late Indians, wink, wink, because we are the mound builders, wink, wink. Who's the late Indians? Wink, wink. Is it the Negroes running around talking about they Indians now? Because they don't want to be Moors or Moors? Yeah, they late with it all right. Assigned to the latter the long, narrow skulls, so common, but to the former the round skulls, and considered that they were of southern origin. So in my book, I dropped the information concerning such, and I show you Atlantis and Lemuria, a picture of where they were situated, as you can see. And blacks, not whites, were discoverers of America, claim. Oh, yeah, that was an actual article in the newspaper. I didn't write the newspaper article. This is before me. I didn't write this book either. What They Never Told You in History class by Indo-Khmer Kush, Volume 1. The first Americans were black. Oh, okay. You get that? Now there's a European, and shoot, I can't even say if he European. I know that he sounds like a little homosexual, but but his name is however comma, and he's dropping mad science on the same thing that we talking about. And he's all over the place. He's on Facebook, he's on TikTok, But here we see the connection pieces that is needed, because it says right here, the first Americans were black. The black gods of ancient America. The black gods of ancient America. Says the blacks began his career in America not as slave, but as master. Who's the master? Sure enough. Who's the master? Sure enough. Okay, sure enough, you are the masters. All right, I got a question. I might have to go into the AWO. Because the AWO of Albert Perry goes back over 100,000 years further than any haplogroup in Africa, and he was born in South Carolina. So geneticists just say, okay, well, we're going to have to contend with this out of Africa theory. So we're not going to say that America is starting in America. So we're just going to say we're going to link him to a group in Cameroon. And this is exactly what they did. Okay. But his haplogroup goes back over 350,000 years ago. While it's only about 200,000 year ago haplogroup of the A when in Africa. So his go back more than 100,000 years here in the Americas than theirs in Africa. Therefore, making the Y DNA here in the Americas older than the Y DNA in Africa. Okay. So that's the difference, is that one is older than the other one. And we come from the oldest haplogroup, our E1B1A. It just didn't happen and come from Africa. Ours come from the D haplogroup, which came from the C, B, and the A, which is the AOO haplogroup of the same line haplogroup as Albert Perry, which is distinct. All right. Now, according to the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Moorish Science Temple of America, Moorish Holy Temple of Science of the World, we have here chapter 47, Egypt, the capital empire of dominion of Africa. Okay. And then when you read it, you find out the dominion of Africa, or in particular Egypt. It says the Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit Northwest Africa, and they were the founders and the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittites, Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and habitation extend from northeast and southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, which is West Indies, which is also referred to as what? The Caribbean or Caribbean. And before the great earthquake, which it was a river in which that great earthquake caused it to create a great ocean, as we now refer to it as, which is the Atlantic Ocean, which actually previously on maps you would see as the Ethiopian Ocean. Okay. Yes, it is. It is in my book. Yes. Written nearly 25 years ago. All right. So mounds and pyramid builders. Now we get to that section. Now, according to the book, Socioeconomics, the History of the Pan-African Trade, Commerce, Money, and Wealth, these blacks founded in the Americas. This is written by Paul Barton. As you see here to the left, alayhi salam upon him, he passed away some years ago here. But this is what he left us with, his fantastic, phenomenal work. The mound builders, he states, they were dark-skinned, woolly-haired blacks who were indigenous, native to North America, and kin to the Olmecs of South America. The Olmecs and the Washita. The Olmecs and the Washita, one of the same people. All right, the She people. Black Californians. The Black Californians, you want to know who was in California? The Black Californians was in California. All right. Khalifa. If you ever seen a picture of Khalifa, the Queen Khalifa, you see that she was melanated. All right. Yamasi or Yamasi, Califanami, and other pre-Columbian blacks of the Americas was part of a prehistoric network that began in Africa and spread it worldwide 100,000 years ago and at various periods afterwards. Now, if y'all got a problem with Paul Barton saying what he said in his book, well, let's go to the Shilam Balam account of the mound builders. This is actually from a book of the Mayans. Traditions of these ancient mound builders are recorded in the surviving texts of the Maya. What they say about it? Oh, the building of the mounds. In the year 1541, The history which I have written on how the mounds came to be constructed by the heathen Olmecas. During 50 cartoons, they were constructed. The great men made them. I have written how the great mounds came to be built by the lineages and all the things which the rulers did. They were the ones who built the mounds. The Olmecs built the mounds, and this is according to the Mayans. The Olmecs built the mounds. They built the pyramids. The mirrors. That's right, they built the mirrors, the mounds. The word mirrors is the same word as Moors. Oh, shoot, I'll get to that in a second. Yes. You will know today what's going on. So Chilam states this again. Check this. From the Chilam Balam, it can be claimed that post-Dilivia, mounds was built over a period of approximately 1,500 years, 75 cartoons, 7,200 days, 19.7 years, or 1,477 years. It took approximately 262 years to construct one mound. 13 cartoons, 13 times 19.7 equals 256 years. And 6 years, 256 plus 6 equals 262 for them to construct them. 121,000 mounds were the number constructed. 15,400 were the scores of the mounds, and 50 more scores made the total count of the mounds they constructed over all the land. 15 times 400 times 20 plus 1,000 equals 121,000 mounds. Where? Constructed all over all the land. From the sea to the base of the land, they created name for them. I told you about 200,000. He states, or the book states, about 121,000 mounds. I'm pretty sure more than that. But regardless, we go to the book Ramesses III, the father of ancient America. Oh, you didn't know that you had an ancient father of America here, did you? And he was from the bloodline of the Egyptians, Kemites, known as the Temerians. You didn't know that. You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, this is by R.A. Jarasboy. And this is what he says. The chief claim to fame of Ramesses III has been his conquest of the sea peoples. His temple walls at Medinet Habu depicts the naval battle, the first such pictured monumentally. If Egypt had fallen, then the combined Mediterranean powers, its history might have been very different. But again, had he not sent the expedition to the far west of the world, why did he send it to the far west? What was it? Oh, he came to get help. That's why he sent the expedition. He came to get help. Yeah. And we helped him. And it says what? And again, he had not sent the expedition to the far west of the world, the transformation of Mesoamerica would have not have come about or taken the turn that it did. When stock is taken of the achievements of the pharaohs, Ramesses III will have to be accorded the double distinction. savior of Egypt, and the father of Olmec, Mexico. Who? Who? Father of Olmec, Mexico. Did you get that? Ramesses of ancient Egypt of the 20 dynastic period is the father of the Olmecs here in the Americas. Bam. He's Hebrew Israelite Identity Lesson 5. March 16th, 2016. Hebrew scholar wrote, Ramses III was an Israelite by blood, not an Egyptian. That is why his DNA is E-M2 or E1B1A. Any person in Egypt who carried E1B1A was not an Egyptian, but an Israelite. This is where the shepherd kings came in. So what that mean? He was a Shemite, not a Hamite. That's what that means. He was a Shemite, not a Hamite. So here, history bears witness to the fact that there was a strong intermingling between Egyptian of Ramesses III reign and the Israelites comprising the majority of the population. The fact was explained when the haplogroup E gene would no longer be found in Egypt after the Israelites' exodus. However, the E1B1A gene is patrilineal, which means that it is passed from father to son. The Bible also records that the seed of a man is passed from a father to his children, and so it is the father's lineage that determines the nation and the bloodline of the children belong to, not the mothers. For this reason, the biblical record always listed lineages from father to son, and significant women in the record are almost never mentioned without also mentioning who their father was. Therefore, if the sub-Saharan Negro shares the same patrilineal DNA of the Pharaoh Ramesses, and both the Negroes that left Egypt and Pharaoh and Ramesses III are associated with the Hyksos Israelites, i.e. the shepherd kings, then it becomes clear that the sub-Saharan Negroes are actually the people written of in the Bible, in the Holy Bible. The relocation of this patrilineal gene, haplogroup E, from Egypt into sub-Saharan Africa supports the records of the Hebrew Israelites, as well as the indigenous traditions of Western African Negro tribal origin. African and in the southern part of the Eastern Africa, much of the population that carries E-M2 retreated to southern West Africa with the drying of the Sahara. This later people migrated from southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon to Central Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa, causing and following the Bantu expansion. According to Wood et al. And Rosa et al., 2005, 2007, such population movements from West Africa changed the pre-existing population-wide chromosomal diversity into Western, Central, Southern, and Southern Eastern East Africa, replacing the previous haplogroups frequencies in these groups with the now dominant E1B1A1 lineages. Yes. Cameroon. The haplogroup most associated with this expansion is E1B1A, which constituted up to 48% of the African male gene pool, and 60% with us here in the Americas. The presence of the E1B1A lineage outside Africa can typically be associated with the events that occurred from the Bantu expansion, such as the trade in African slaves or the Moorish occupation of Iberia. See, they don't want you to understand that their E1B1A could have came from the Moorish occupation of Iberia. They don't want you to understand that. Moreover, it is important to note that the map of Africa showing the frequency of E1B1A gene is comparison with the Bantu expansion map demonstrates that after the expulsion of the Hyksos and following the exodus of the Israelites, the presence of E1B1A almost completely leaves Egypt and appears in Bantu Israelite areas. Although the Bantu Negroes may physically look like Hamite or Hamitic ancient Egyptians or their Hamitic cousins, the Cushites, Ethiopians, the Negro possess a different bloodline. That's what we mean by different. Bantu people are the descendants of the ancient Israelites. The Bible calls them the children of my God dispersed people. This is a fact with a lot of historians have been hiding for ages, either intentionally or by they do not know the true history of the humanity. The fact that the Bantu people are the children of God, dispersed people, is everywhere in the Bible as well as the apocryphal books. All right. In this segment, we have both the acknowledgement that the E1B1A people have a huge population movement, and at some point in time in Central, Southern, and Southeast Africa, and that there was in fact a native population of Africans there before them, which is A1A, A1B, A2, A3, and B M-M60. Now, A00 is before all of that. But most importantly, we've identified the subclan E1B1AA1, that is, as a part of the people who was identified as the Bantu people. The large population shift the article talking about presumably the Bantu expansion from West Africa. And yet E1B1A1 is the very same DNA haplogroup, the Nephtherian in Israel. You hear that? The Nephtherian in Israel. And the Middle East tests positive for, along with E1B1B1B1, which I believe is found in Abyssinia, which is Ethiopia today. So we go back to DNA analyze shows Egyptian Pharaoh Ramesses III, 20th dynastic period, has sub-Saharan African haplogroup E1B1A, now called E-M2. Now, let me explain to you that them referring to E1B1A as sub-Saharan is a misnomer. That's not true. But here is mine. You can see here, patrilineal, all right, is E1B1A, 1A, 1C, 1B. So mine is E1B1A, DNA-wise, see? Bada! See, I can show and prove everything I'm talking about. Relating it to history and showing it to myself, and then showing it to you as proof. Receipts, facts. Right here, paternal haplogroup. Oh, sorry, Alim, your paternal haplogroup is E-M263-2 or 0.2, which is what? You share an ancient paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramesses III. So here it is. I'm in America. Ramses III, who's the father of ancient America, has E1B1A. I have E1B1A. I'm still in America, never been to Africa except for when I went on a trip to Egypt. But yet, he sent an expedition over here. Did he himself come? Because that's a E1B1A must be very powerful to change the directory and the diversity of the haplogroups in Africa to now that it is almost half of Africa is E1B1A. And more than 60 to 65%, some say up to 75% of us here in America is E1B1A. Well, what we do know is that I'll get to that in a second. But here, right now, you see ancient Egypt, 96.1%. So I'm related to Ramesses III genetically 96.1%. I'm damn near incarnation of him. But not just him. Guess who else had E1B1A? Oh, I see. You, E1B1A. This is another DNA test. This is now my true ancestry. First, you got it from my true ancestry. You got it also from 23andMe. You also got it from Genome Link. You got it from all these different ones. But guess who else? It says 950 AD. Moor, Cordoba, Khalifa, Moors, genetic distinction. And it says what? E1B1A1A1. E1B1A1A1. Oh my God. No. You just didn't just put that together, did you? So not only were we the ancient Egyptians, i.e. Israelites, we also was the Moors who shared the same lineage. So the MUURS is the same as the MOORS. Why? Because they got the same damn haplogroup. Exactly. So if you got the same haplogroup, you know what that means, right? You know what that means. That means you're the same Negroes. Yeah. So you can't be MUURS, as I showed you earlier, from the land of Lemuria. And here it is. You only wanted to identify the MOOS, RS, who you think is just from Africa or from Europe, but yet they have the same haplogroup as you do. And the craziest thing is that these was the caliphate. The caliphate means the rulers. The rulers had E1B1A. These was the rulers. See, I destroy all this nonsense that all these young bucks are talking about. Or there's a difference between the MUURS and the MOORS. And shut up. Shut your mouth. All right, shut it up. Because you don't know what you're talking about. And the emperors already put the information in the book, Return to the Ancient Ones, and use the words interchangeably. Stop with the nonsense. Ancient American Magazine. This is issue 17, and it says evidence for black-skinned natives in the Americas long before the arrival of Columbus is abundant. From the distinct Negroid features in the colossal Olmec sculptured heads and the pre-Aztec Abyssinian bowls being upheld by a figure with unmistakable black characteristics to the bones of Negroid people or persons excavated from a 2,000-year-old mound. Who was in the mound? Your ancestor was in the mound. Who was in the mounds? Your ancestor was in the mounds. Who was in the mound? Your ancestor was in the mounds. 2,000-year-old Negro was in the mound in Wisconsin, near Milwaukee. He walked there. He was in Milwaukee. He walked there. All right. A wealth of material existence to establish the certainty of non-whites, non-Indian population living in the pre-Columbian age, along with these other groups. Though so many mounds have been deliberately destroyed, over 200,000 ancient pyramids and huge mounds of earth in the shape of cones, animals, and geometrical designs can still be found from the southern coast of America to Canada. These structures was built by a so-called obscure people largely known as the mound builders. No, not obscure, the Olmecs and their descendants. The Washita, the Choctaw, the Yamasee. And as you see here, deliberately destroyed over 200,000 mounds. That's what I was talking about. And only about 20,000 of these mounds and pyramids still exist today outside of an infrastructure that they keep talking about. But it wasn't just the mounds. It was the temples, the buildings, the architecture, which they, of course, turned into libraries, post offices, universities. Get the book, The History of Ancient America, anterior to the time of Columbus, Identity of the Aborigines. What's the Identity of the Aborigines? By George Johns. Well, let's see. Let's see how they look. Are the Indians of Hebrew origin? September 21st, 1912. This is the question. William Penn gave the clue to many subsequent Hebrew scholars to declaring that he had found in America Indians, the lost tribe of Israel. The lost tribe of Israel. These were the Indians, as he referred to them as, or as Christopher Columbus referred to them as, remember? Yeah, ancient Hebrews were in America. The Bat Creek tablets. And for every Bat Creek tablet, there must be a Batman. In this conclusive evidence that ancient Hebrews visited America 2,000 years ago by Gregory Lewis. Then you have the Mormon scriptures and the lost tribes of Israel. Yes, it's in their own book of who you are. Mormon, yeah, is the Mormons. Mormons is actually more, M-O-O-R, man, M-A-N, Mormon. Yes, it is. Merman, M-E-R-M-A-N. Yes. And Morano, or Morani, as he's called, the angel who came to John Smith. John Smith actually was Negroid, all right? And the angel was so-called melanated. But right here, when the Mormons first emerged in 1830s, Constantine Samuel Radafinique, a Christian polymath of French-German heritage attacked them for their singularity, but absurd opinion that American tribes are descended from Hebrew or the 10 lost tribes. Now, he could have attacked, but it's in the book. Here's another book, or other books. The African Presence in Ancient America. They Came Before Columbus by Ivan von Cinema, who I also met several times. The African Presence in the Americas Before Columbus by Floyd Hayes III. And the question is, we already know who built the mounds. Well, who built the pyramids? Well, did the Olmecs build the first pyramids? The Olmecs was the first of the Mesoamericans to begin a tradition of building pyramids. So who are the pyramids and the mound builders? The Olmecs. And who are you? Their descendants. Ancient Indian civilization. Ancient Indian civilization? Now all of a sudden the Olmecs are Indians? I thought they came from Africa. The Olmec Indians are often regarded as the mother culture of later Middle American civilization. The Olmec Indians were a culture of ancient people who lived about 1300 to 400 BC in the eastern Mexican lowlands. These are the Olmec Colossi. All right. Depictions of the black gods who ruled the Americas. They were builders of civilization, not primitive tribesmen running around half naked. Talking about some unga bunga. Look at our Kemetic ancestors of ancient Africa. Our Olmec ancestors engineered entire cities, complexes thousands of years before Europeans crawled out the caves. Historians have nicknamed them the mound builders. And their monolithic structures all over the Americas and the world. Ancient Egypt or Egyptian artifacts found in Mexico confirmed as authentic. So the ancient Egyptians were in the Americas. Not just in Grand Canyon, but the 18 Egyptian temples are there, but also in Mexico. And it's authentic. A mysterious statuette discovered in Mexico has recently been confirmed as authentic. The mysterious statuette dates back to the 13th dynasty. Wait. No, the 19th dynasty. Yeah, there we go. The 19th dynasty. Or the dynastic period. Well, that was during the time of, once again, Ramesses III. The 19th, 20th dynastic period is around that time, and had ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics covered its surface. Researchers confirmed that the item discovered in Mexico was in fact an ancient Uashpiti figurine. Here we have also in the Aztec archaeological site in Mexico, an Ankh, a structured Ankh. As well as the fact that all the way up into northeast portion of what we now call the America, North America, the Micmac people, Knick-Knack, you know, you remember the little song back in the days, Knick-Knack, Paddywhack, give a dog a bone. That was a diss to the Micmac tribe. But the Micmac people had a writing system that features symbolic glyphs, sometimes called hieroglyphics, but more accurately, ideograms. While they bear some superficial resemblance to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Micmac system predates European contact and was likely derived from pictographs and petroglyphs, not from any direct influence from ancient Egypt. It wasn't? Well, according to Barry Fall, professor and teacher at the University of Harvard University, he wrote this book called America BC, Ancient Settlers in the New World. And this is what he says. I'm not going to read everything. He said, now I have read in standard weeks on works on the ancient of the American Indians that certain tribes in the northern east make use of a hieroglyphic writing system invented by a missionary priest who found it easier to teach the Indians by using hieroglyphic signs. Now, this is what they tell us. And he don't agree with this. He goes on to say, but that did not occur with the evidence now before me. For this seemed to show that someone familiar with the Egyptian hieroglyphic system had contrived the Micmac writing. Yes. You see how we get them to battle each other for they can tell us the truth? Yes. I love it. I love it. Because you got to be able to read between the lines. As a researcher, that is. Olmec head, 1500 to 1000 BC. Notice the dates of the head corresponds exactly with the dates of the destruction of Atlantis. Some say this is according to Hakeem H.Y. Bey. Olmec head from approximately 1500 to 1000 BC. The fact that the Olmec civilization seemed to appear already formed and intact, all right, suggests that they themselves may have been of those who were dislocated after the cataclysm. They were perhaps migrants from one part of a maximum Atlantis to another part of a maximum. Yes, and that's exactly what happened. Right? Another head, some more heads here. Oh, and here go ahead. And notice that these particular heads that I'm showing you are heads on which that Mexicans can't say that they are in the image of, because they got broad nose or thick lips, but the hair tells a whole different story, buddy. Yeah, I know they hate to see it, but I'm here to show it to them. So this head dates right back to 1500 BC to 1000 BC, and as you notice, the hair on his head, it's rather curly. That nose is broad, them lips are thick. Yes. Oh, here go El Negro, or better yet, El Moro. All right. Yeah, El Moro. That widow's peak, that hair, you can't fake the funk on that, can you? You can't fake the funk on this widow peak, or with this widow peak and these particular locks or braids either. And on the back of the heads of these Olmec statues, oftentimes you would see braids. Can't fake the funk on that either. Here's two more that you can't fake the funk on, with the nose and the lips, as well as also with the hair. Here are some. These here are quite obvious because they are painted dark for a reason. So, the Olmecs, they was the oldest civilization in Mexico, in Levanta, Tabasco, St. Lorenzo, in those areas. And this is what we have here. It says, what does Mexico have to do with Atlantis? Well, for one thing, the quest for the origin of civilization in Mexico has always echoed in Atlantis. The legend of Atlantis came from Plato, repeating Egyptian history of a fabled land. At least they thought it was fable. Remember, I showed you that these lands has been proven and acknowledged at the United Nations. We have Bimini Island, which is actually, the Bahamas, in between the Bahamas and Cuba. And you can go off the coast there in the Bahamas and actually see walkways and different other steps and pyramids and all these types of things under the water. That was part of Atlantis at one time. Okay? Case closed. Now let's continue on. The legend of Atlantis came to us from Plato, repeating Egyptian history of a fabled land of higher civilization called Atlantis that had existed and then died beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which seemed to mean somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. All right, we come down. So much for the repopulating the region, but for whatever dispute reason, the protein civilizing force is generally agreed to have been what we have called the Olmec, the rubber people, although they were certainly not what they call themselves, because they call themselves the she people, XI, the she people. All right. So they just told you who Atlantis was filled with. The Olmecs. That's your black behinds. The she people. The Washita. You get it? God almighty knows. Love the way we put this information together. No one can do it better. So here we have Atlantis, the Arthurian world by Ignatius Donnelly. Donnelly says, the Atlantic story told to us by Plato in Timaeus and the Critias dialogues is not a legend, but viable history. It's viable history. Atlantis was the source of civilization in Egypt, South America, Mexico, Europe, and North America. God almighty. You get that? Shake, as Bobby would say. Survivors of Atlantis. The Impact on World Culture by Frank Joseph. Okay. He speaks about the sequel and the companion volume to Destruction of Atlantis. Yeah. And he speaks about the study connection between the world conquering wars the Atlanteans launched and the quarter of natural catastrophes that ravaged the earth more than 5,000 years ago. Then demonstrating that the Atlanteans ran an imperial copper trade empire that stretched from North America to Asia Minor. Okay. Oh, here go another article that explains some things. Here we go. Wow. Olmec civilization. Survivors of Atlantis? Survivors of Atlantis? Now we got the answer. Survivors of Atlantis? Who are they? Oh, Atlantis and the Olmecs. The Olmecs were a very advanced civilization that predates the ancient Maya and Aztec empires, their knowledge in geological allowing their mysterious ancient civilization to literally terraform certain regions. The San Lorenzo's Plateau is one of the examples, and it is considered one of the most important architectural projects in the ancient times. We come down. Basically, the tale about Atlantis did not exist until Plato wrote about it. But what if Atlantis was destroyed, but its people lived on? Yes, they did. Why you think they're trying to hold you down? Why you think they always have this racist attitude towards you? And you held down. And as Martin Luther the King said, you exiled on your own land. Why is that? Because you are the Atlanteans, Negroes. You are the Olmecs. You are the sheep people, the Washita. Get it right. You're it. Only that this time they were not called Atlanteans, but Olmecs. No one can explain where the Olmecs came from. We know basics on the research historians believe that they originated from. We know that they said that they came from Africa. Oh, Africa. Everybody came from Africa. So whenever they see a Negro, they just say, oh, he came from Africa. Throw them all in there with the rest of the bunch, Bob. Throw them on in there with the rest of them, Bob. Yeah, they came from Africa. Everybody, all your Negroes, all your darkies came from Africa. Get Brother Hakeem H.Y. Bey's Moorish paradigm. And he shows in there Atlantis Mu. This is what he says. The Moorish elders taught us that we were already over here. Prophet Noble Drew Ali referred to our dominion as a maxim and said that this extended from northeast and southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even into the present North and South Central America, and also Mexico and Atlantis Islands, the Caribbeans. Referred to by Prophet Noble Drew Ali in the Holy Quran, Circle 7, 47th chapter, where our ancestors was granted the dominion of a maxim by the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh at the time was Amalekite or Hyksos, called by the Egyptian Amu, shepherd kings. The Hyksos Amalekites were a confederation of Hamites, Cushites, Canaanites, and Moabites from Arabia and Canaan. A comparative of Prophet Noble Drew Ali's description of a maxim and Plato's describe of Atlantis will make it plainly evidence that they were both referring to the same place or civilization. Here is an example of the destruction, the volcanic activity in which that occurred, in which that caused us to flee. So we were the ones, but we was also the giants. Because right here, read, giants in Mexico, Nephilim among the Toltecs and the Olmecs. Oh, as for the Olmecs, there is more convoluted questions. Donnelly can help us here too. He presents a quotation without attribution that begins to fold the Olmecs into the story. I'm here going to correct Donnelly translation errors and completely the quotation he gives only in part. So this is 4/8/2016. of the Nahua pros, predecessors of the Toltecs in Mexico, the Olmecs, and the um, Xicalanicas were the most important. They were the forerunners of the great nations which followed. According to Ixtelo Xioshetlen, these people, I might have butchered that, don't blame me. I haven't spoken my language in quite some time. These people, which are conceded to be one occupying the new world in the third age, they came from the east in ships or boat or barks in the land of Potanican, which they commenced to repopulate. And it says, on the shores of the river Atoyac, between the Ciudad de los Angelos and Cholula, they found some giants. Who had escaped the calamity which overlooked the race in the second age of the world. Here then came the destruction of the giants referred to above. Woo! Hold up. Did y'all, hopefully y'all follow that. You know, I know I butchered, as they say, some of the words. But right here, let's go here. But the trouble is that in all of the older sources, the Olmecs are present as the heroes of the story, the slayers of the giants, that is, giants themselves. And yet, if we look at the occult literature of the last 4 decades or so, we find some attempting along amongst Nephilim theorists to say that Olmecs are themselves the giants. All right. So we go to the mound builders. Remember, the mound builders, they were giants because they found the remains of the mound builders' bodies. And most of them stood over 7 feet some odd tall. So here, this is the book, The Mound Builders, which I talked about earlier. Now I'm going to show you. This is Stephen Pete. It says the place where the works of the mound builders are most numerous is in the Mississippi Valley. I showed you my connection to Mississippi Valley. I'm pretty sure you have the same connection too if you're an E1B1A, which is 60 to 75% of our population, melanated population. In a general way, their habits may be bound by the great geographical features of this valley, the chain of Great Lakes of the north, the Allegheny mountains of the east, the Gulf of Mexico of the south, and the Great Desert of the west. Within these bounds, mainly we find the structures which have given the name to these strange people. We may describe them as ancient inhabitants of the Mississippi valleys who built mounds. Now, we showed you earlier who built these mounds. They was the Olmecs. So the Olmecs and the mound builders are one and the same, as we have already stated. So they are the she people, the Washita. All right. Now we go here. Another excerpt. It said just an excerpt from the history of Weebly by Alberston. Chapter 1, the mound builders. Whence came these people called mound builders? How long did they remain? What was the cause of their disappearance? Who said they disappeared or degenerated to American Indian, if such be the case? Found here upon the arrival of the white man. Because the white man is vicious. He killed niggers off. He loved to lynch, maim, rob, steal, castrate, murder. Okay, I mean, that is the thing that he does. And they ask the question, well, how did he take over? Da-da! As well as also with paper genocides. Here, the ancient giants who ruled America. Get the book, The Missing Skeletons and the Great Smithsonian Cover-Up by Richard J. Dewhurst. Yeah, get this. Giant skeletons found in the bed of sand in western Ohio. Man was 8 feet high, 8 feet tall, y'all. All right. Giant Indian skeletons uncovered in Florida. Giant Indians who roamed the Florida swamps 500 years ago or more, living on shell food which they had cracked with their teeth, is a picture unfolding by archaeologists who had devolved into a burial ground on a Gulf island near Tampa. The skeletons was discovered on a small section of land with a lone fisherman who had lived for years. Okay, go on. New York Times, November the 20th, 1883. Giant remains in the mound. All right. Giant remains is in the mounds. All right. Here they are. Remember now, we're talking about 8 feet tall or more. Discover remains of unknown giant race. This is Tucson, Arizona. Discovery of remains of what will be believed to be hereto unknown race of giants have been disclosed by J.E. Coker of Sayapa, Sonora, a mining town 300 miles south of the Mexican border. Okay, you go to Jet Magazine and they show us as we used to grow that tall. Here it is, a picture. World tallest girl. All right, towering over nurses, Mrs. Florence Firming and Mrs. J. Collins of New Orleans Charity Hospital, where she is recovering from a knee injury. Dolores A. Powler, 14. She's 14 years old, y'all. A 8'2", 278 pound. All right. Cage Star may be the world's tallest female. 8.2. All right. And you know the men are even taller, right? So here's several of the Hancock Hashwin remains found in Athens, PA, Pennsylvania, was said to be between 6 to 7 feet. The average European height at the time of these Shaquin Hancocks were here was 4 to 5.3 feet. That's how tall they were at that time when it came to us, who is this tall, as you can see here. Beach giant skulls unearthed by WP workers near Victoria. That Texas had a giant on the beach in a long ago period, probable from the larger skulls recently unearthed in the mound in the Victorian County, believed to be the largest human skull ever found in the United States and possibly the world. Well, here's Madame Oboma, the African giantess, the tallest woman in the world. All right, and she got up to 7.6. She traveled the world, countries such as Germany, England, France, Australia, and many other places. Jason, can you cut that down, please? All right, all right. So traces of giants found in the desert. A retired Ohio doctor had discovered, this Los Angeles, April the 4th, had discovered relics of an ancient civilization where men were 8 or 9 feet tall in the Colorado desert near the Arizona, Nevada, California line. And Associated says today. Mm, 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 mm. Well, here go one right here. Yes, yes. Two, actually. But anyway, well, one, and show you here is saying this is from an article, Jet Magazine, 1976. Heart attack fells world's tallest black. All right. When people call Rayford Johnson a giant of a man, they literally mean that he stood 8 feet and 1 inch tall. This is Rayford Johnson, who was at the time, February the 24th, 1976, was 7.7 feet tall. All right, but they actually test him and he was 8.1 feet tall. He had giant Indian bones. Obviously, it wasn't Indians. Not the ones that you, no, 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 no. These was this type of Indians right here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the type of Indians that they keep finding. All right, get that right. Giant Indian bone, discovery of the extraordinary skeletons near Fond du Lac. All right, June 6. An Indian skeleton was dug up on the farm of Matt and Joseph Leon, 1 mile south of St. Cloud Sunday. Here, the Great Smithsonian cover up 18 giant skeletons discovered in Wisconsin. January the 13th, 1870 edition of the Wisconsin Decatur Republican reported that 2 giants, well-preserved skeletons of unknown race, no, they know who the hell you is, were discovered in Protazi, Wisconsin by workers digging the foundation of a sawmill near the bank of the Mississippi River. I told you earlier who the Mississippians is. You is. Okay? Strange skeletons found. Yes. This is New York Times, published May 4th, 1912. So, the Olmecs, who are the sheep people, the Washita, and the Sescu Hanoks of Captain John Smith. All right. This is what he says. Such great and well-proportioned men are seldom seen, for they seem to like giants to the English. They are the strongest people of all those countries, both in language and attire. For their language, it may be well be seen their proportions sounding from them as the voice in a vote. 5 of their chiefs were of whence came abroad us, and the greatest of them had hair, the one side with the long and the other showed close to the ridge over the crown like a cock comb. the calves of whose legs were 1/4 of the yard around, and about the rest of his limbs, so questionable that the proportions to be it seems like goodest little the goodiest man who ever beheld. Right now, so these are the so-called Indians, right? Melanated people who lived in Virginia during the time of Jamestown. And not just that, he told you that they spoke very well, is essentially, all right here, he says seem like giants to the English. And he says right here, all those countries, both in language and attire. So they didn't dress but naked like you normally see Indians running around. The Susquehanna stone and the enduring enigma, the history of the puzzling anomaly known as the Susquehanna stone, allegedly Phoenician inscription found near Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. See, that's what I was telling you. Phoenician, Olmecs, Phoenician, Washita, Olmecs. All right, Phoenician, these connections. All right, and Phoenicians was, some say Phoenician was a Semitic people, but actually they was Hamitic. They was cousins to the Egyptians. All right, if you're going to do that on a whole, that is. But here's some of the writing here to the right. Yes, they ran through also Maryland. Exactly. All right, so here, a race of giants in Old Gaul. This is New York Times, October the 3rd, 1892. In the year 1890, some human bones of enormous size, double the ordinary, in fact, were found in a tumulus of Castellanor, Nur, and has since been carefully examined by Professor Kinor, who, while admitting that the bones were those of a very tall race, nevertheless finds that they're abnormal in dimensions and apparently of morbid growth. They undoubtedly reopen the question of the giants of antiquity, but do not furnish significant evidence to decide about it. Relics of giant race. The skeleton of a man over 7 feet in height was probably belonged to a giant race that lived 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. That was been found by Lieutenant Colonel J.H. Cook and South Seas archaeologists in a tumulus during excavations at Portdown Hill near Portsmouth. Right, that's Virginia, obviously. The discovery of those remains have an interesting bearing upon the legend still persistent of giants who lived in the locality. Right, found, well, we already know who that was. The Susquehannock, Shahannock. All right, here found skeletons 8 feet tall. All right, here, 9 feet tall. Wisconsin, mound open. Find bones in Indian mounds. All of these. Giant skulls of giant cavemen. Right, cavemen, that's what they... The grave of a giant. Indians are raising out of legacy. All right, during the expedition of the interior of Catalina, Professor Glidden collected skeletons of 3,781 Indians. The largest that was found was a man 9 feet 2 inches tall, Practically all the male adults were in the gigantic statue, average around 7 feet in height. Natchez, Mississippi, once again. Skeletons of Indians estimated to have been more than 7 feet tall has been unearthed by explorer of Cantor. Giant human skeletons found buried in mounds across North America. Who built them? Who are the mound builders? The Olmecs, who is called the She People or Washita. Okay. I think we get that understood by now. What y'all think? Yes, no? And then who would they put inside the mounds if there was burial mounds? I would guess they would put their relatives who have passed on, right? Oh, okay. Okay. So here's a whole article on mounds around the world that have skeletons. And so we know that ancient Egypt originally called Tamari was in America. And here it is. Tamaricans in Florida. Washita. All right, well, it came from an ancient Egyptian word, being that Egypt was in the Americas. The ancient Egyptian word for those who were here were Washita, the she people. And this term, Washita, came from Washit or Washita, which was a form of Heru and was identified with the appearance of the sky in the north with the sun rose. She was either depicted as a form of a woman having upon her head the crown of the north and the scepter, north as in North America. Round was a serpent entwined, or a winged Uraeus wearing the crown of the north. She was the principal goddess of the town of Butu in the Delta. The goddess Washet is the serpent-headed god. So it was the woman. We had a matriarchal society. Therefore, the matriarch leads the society. I'm just a front man. I talk a lot and I get knowledge. And so I put the information out. But I am the first cousin, one time removed from Wendy, who is the current empress of the Empire Washita, as I am the crown prince of the Washita, or in particular, what we now refer to as the United Washita. The Empress says this, continuing her quest to bring truth to light, Empress Verdiasi Tierra Washita Tournica Gaston El-Bey records 40 years of work, including research as an activist, or archivist, in order to locate documents and treaties concerning land known as Louisiana Purchase, in which her people are identified as the ancient ones, the mound builders. The Empress say that this land was never included in any land deal that is not part of the Louisiana Purchase when sold by Spain to France, nor was it bought in 1803 when France rolled over to the United States of America. She wrote President Thomas Jefferson was well aware of the fraudulent land deal and stated his sentiments at the time. In truth, the land spoken of has never been a part of the United States and never will. It has always belonged to the ancient ones. This sounds like the same land President Abraham Lincoln was going to return to the Moors after slavery. He called it Egypt of the West. So Egypt of the West. So everybody knows Egypt was here. This was Egypt of the West. Yeah, Egypt of the East, Egypt of the West. Or the Central America, the lands between the Rocky and Allegheny Mountains from the coast of Mexico on up into Canada and on both sides of the Mississippi. In 1848, the Washita and Tournica nations took their land case before the United States Supreme Court and won their case under Judge Taney, who happened to have been the same judge during the case of who? The Dred Scott case decision. Okay. Dred Scott didn't have land. It didn't show land consistency, his connection to the land. However, the Turner family did show land connections. I'm part of that family. I'm from the Royal Tunica bloodline. So here it comes down that there is nothing a black man has that a white man is bound to respect. The result of this opinion meant further slavery and death to the Wachita Tunica and other nations. They were murdered by the tens of thousands, enslaved and ran off their lands. Their names were changed to hide the truth of their history. The Wachita became Washington, and the Tunica became Turners. Get the book, The Lost Treasures of King Jupiter, The Evidence of Africans in America Before Columbus, Frank Joseph. It was described as an indigenous people by the renowned explorers Lewis and Clark in 1797. 4 years later, the Wachita, a sovereign nation, were distinguished from the region's Indian tribes and were officially exempt from the Louisiana Purchase. In 1995, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations officially recognized the Wachita Black Indigenous Pre-Columbian identity. Actually, it was 1993, technically. Indeed, a present Wachita leader, Verdiasi Tierra, has been told as a child that her ancestors was not brought over to America as slaves, but instead arrived as free men and women many centuries earlier. This oral traditions have been passed down from her grandmother and from her grandmother before her, and so forth over the course of numerous generations. So in her book, Return of the Ancient Ones, the Empress states that 85% of the blacks over here in America was already here before the slave trade. Only 15% of blacks came from Africa. We all came from Africa, if that's what you want to say, or that area, because of course there was no Africa during the time of Pangea. It was just called Pangea, which is one land, which there's a suppressed history of blacks being a global people. Pangea proves that all of the continents was connected. So migration to and from Africa and to other places was simple and easy. Okay. This is the land grant in which that was given to my ancestors, in particular Henry and Joseph Turner. This land grant came from King Louis, hence was named Louisiana, Louis, and Anna Maria, Annie Maria. So they took the name Louis and Annie Maria, and it became Louisiana. Okay. And what states with those is Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Minnesota, Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, parts of Texas, Alabama, Utah, New Mexico, portions of even the so-called 13 colonies, or the original 13, on up into Canada. The Wachita, we're talking about some actually 30, not 15 million miles, but 30 million miles. Technically, if you add in Washington, if you add in Canada, Canadian land. All right, and this proves the information that we're talking about right here. Is the fact is that Turner family, as you see here, own thousands and thousands of acres of land in which that the empress was able to determine, in which that began from the middle portion to on up into almost the whole of Louisiana, starting out. And that was just 68,883 acres of land. Okay? Yeah, St. Louis is part of that Louis tradition, who was King Louis. But 68,883 acres of land was determined by the state of Louisiana not to belong to the state of Louisiana. Simple. Because it belonged to the heirs of Henry Turner. I'm one of the heirs of Henry Turner. And if we come down, I'm not going to read everything, but right here it says, the petitioners, Sarah Turner, Eliza Turner, Henry Turner, George W. Turner, are the true and lawful owners of and have good title against the United States and the descendants in all the lands and hereditaments claimed by them in their raid petition, which lands are described as follows on the map of survey executed on the 27th March 1820 by one John Dinsmore, by order of the Surveyor General in the United States, south of the Tennessee River, which maps is marked Exhibit A, to whence the lot numbers 4, 5, 6, and 9 laying on both sides of the river Washita and within tract land numbers. Okay? But the beautiful thing is, right there, it shows that we are the true owners of the land. And remember now, this is 1848. This is more than 20 years, or about 20 years before slavery ended, which wasn't until 1865. So that means that these Negroes wasn't slaves. I'm just helping y'all out, put these pieces of the puzzle together. That's, yeah. So we know about what's going on in Arizona. I showed you earlier about the melting buildings in Arizona. And here we have Arizona in the Gazette talking about the exploration in which that is taking place by Kincaid from the Smithsonian, and how they've been hiding information, because there was a alleged professor called S.A. Jordan of the Smithsonian, which the Smithsonian say, well, he never existed. We don't have any information concerning him. But anyway, get the book by David Hatcher Childress. All right. Ancient Egyptian in the Grand Canyon. Yeah, Ancient Egyptian in the Grand Canyon. This is showing what they have in the Grand Canyon. All right. Exploration in the Grand Canyon. These are statues in the Grand Canyon. This information is normally not seen because it is information in which that has been hidden. This is our Set Temple here, as you can see, which was once pyramid, or what's left of it. Isis Temple. Get a better look at it. As I told you, um, these temples or structures, pyramids, have been melted. Here it is. Kincaid Cave was named after G.E. Kincaid, who was the first to enter the cave. After retiring from the Marines, G.E. Kincaid worked for S.A. Jordan as an archaeologist. A. Jordan was sent to the Grand Canyon by the Smithsonian Institute to investigate information reported by John Wesley Powell. The tunnel is presently off on a cliff wall 400 feet below the Colorado River, above the Colorado River, in the Grand Canyon. Archaeologists estimates that man-made caverns is around 3,000 years old. This cavern is over 500 feet long and several cross tunnels to large chambers. This was the lowest level to the last Egyptian tunnel city, which was built in the Grand Canyon since the time that it was constructed. Archaeologists estimate that the Colorado River had eroded 300 feet lower. This is what they found in the cave. All right. It was found that Canaan was a descendant of King Zephaneth in Egypt, who may have been Joseph in the Bible. No, who was Joseph in the Bible? And he was right here in America. These Egyptian golden tablets was also discovered in the depths of this tunnel city by way of Kincaid cave. This tablet served as a history book, including names to begin with King Sabneth, coming to Aslan, and information about his descendant King Canaan coming to the Grand Canyon. Ancient Egyptian artifacts, gold. Here's Kincaid here. More of what we now refer to as the cave entrance. All right. I'm sorry. I know I'm being long-winded tonight, but I got so much information to get out. Yeah, I know some of y'all got to go to church tomorrow morning, but so if you got to go, I understand. You got to go worship white Jesus. White Jesus. Oh, my white Lord. All right. Here's a shrine that Powell and his team found in Powell Cave. This was identified as the shrine of Sepen Sepenrane. Sepenrane. Okay. King Sepenrane was King Aten's son. So this is talking about the Amana family was here, and they was in the Grand Canyon. They was in the Americas. Okay. And like I said, in the morning, I understand. I know some of y'all are here in the South. Y'all might be watching this, and I know how it is. You have to go and see the White Lord in the morning. 9:30, around that time, and got to go listen to the pastor as he hack on top of you, and it's all right. It's all right. Anyway, and there was even crypts discovered. One of the crypts was open in the Grand Canyon to see if there was any mummies in them before they were sent to the Smithsonian storage building. All right, here's some of the writings. So we know that the ancient Egyptians was there. All right, and there was even crypts, what they call sarcophagus or sarcophagi, discovered. One of the crypts were open in the Grand Canyon to see if there. And, oh, matter of fact, here they discovered that the rock vault. And matter of fact, this is how it looks here to the right. Yeah. Crypto. Yeah. Crypto. You say crypto or crypt? Yeah, crypts. Not crypt walking, not the crypt walking, but crypts. Okay. Yeah. Not that type of crypts. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did you know that all the monuments in the Grand Canyon are named after Egyptian pharaohs? This famous canyon in Arizona is actually a area arrayed of pyramids. This site even aligned with the same stars that the Pyramid of Giza aligned with, the constellation of Orion and the Pleiades. Somebody asked me about Sirius, and talking about the Sirius play of A and B. And well, we know that it correlates specifically with Orion and the constellation of the Pleiades, the seven daughters. Okay. As you can see here to the right, it's been mapped out. And remember, the mounds as well as also the pyramids are all shaped as such. We have the Zoroastrian temple in the Grand Canyon named by the Hopi Indians, another cave entrance of the canyon. We have the hieroglyphs of Canyon, of Kincaid caves. So you tell me that artifacts of from the Grand Canyon appear to be created by Native Americans or by ancient Egyptians? The answer is pretty clear. All right. Of course, the ancient Egyptians, of course, Akhenaten, they are the children of Akhenaten. Here they are. What is called the Amarna dynasty. Here is southern Illinois, generally known area, the Little Egypt, Shawnee National Park in Ozark, Illinois. All right. Here we have what they found in Memphis in 1912. See, they was finding all these Egyptian artifacts over here. They found a alabaster egg in which that had the inscriptions of King Tut on it. At least that's the only thing that they told us about, as well as also some other relics of King Tut. Of course, we know that they found a whole King Tut thing in Kentucky. All right. And portions of that was sent to Egypt to make it appear as if it came from Egypt. But it was here, obviously, as I just showed you, that these individuals from the Amarna, which is the 18th dynastic period, was here. And this is how you get the R1B group of our people here in the Americas, which makes up the next portion outside of E1B1A, makes up the next portion of the highest haplogroups here. Okay. The oldest mound that they have discovered or said something about is the Poverty Point Mound, in which that dates back to over 5,000 BC, so about 7,000 years ago. Nashville had the Akhenaten statue also. Okay. Yeah. We putting it out. We putting it out tonight. Thank you. Jason. Yeah. Be getting this information out tonight. Just hold on. Be not playing now. All right. Remember, I was in Kansas City. So here articles from Kansas City Star. Right here. King Tut tomb in Arkansas Valley. So we talking about not just in King Tut, but Arkansas. All right. We talking about King Tut's tomb. So not only did they find relics of King Tut in what they call Kentucky, but also found it in what we now known as Arkansas or Ark, Kansas. Okay. Now Kansas sits on top of Arkansas, and to the right of Kansas, we get Kentucky area up in there. All right. So when Howard Carter was there. I thought Howard Carter was over. Huh? I thought he was over in Egypt. What's he doing with his behind in Arkansas? When Howard Carter, British archaeologists, opened the tomb of the ancient Egyptian King Tut in 1922, right? Oh, they forgot to tell you that this information here was found, however, years before King Tut. Yeah. This wasn't in 1922. This was in right after 1909, which was this right after the finds of the Grand Canyon. And what did they say here? Oh, I see the relics of the mound builders who inhabited Arkansas. The mound builders was in Arkansas? Yeah. The Negroes are still there to this very day. Yeah, they still there. Sure is. So right here, lost cities of North and Central America. What does it say? This written by David Childress. It said Africa was largely depopulated after the last pole shift 10,000 years ago. 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, Negroes in Central America migrated into the area around Nigeria and repopulated the area of Africa. What? Did you hear what I said? And did you hear what I said? I'm gonna say that again. Let's go back, way back. 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, Negroes who lived in Central America migrated into the area around Nigeria and repopulated the area of Africa. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how they end up with the E1B1A. But it was already here. The ancient Egyptians was here. Atlantis was here. Lemuria was here. And we are the descendants. Yes, the Nigerians say that their ancestors came from over the great ocean, the great river. Yes, exactly. See, this is how you do research. This is how you put this together. See, I don't need ancient history or ancient aliens on the History Channel. I'm beyond them. They got the lion hide. I ain't got the lion hide from no one. Right here, we built America, but the United States effed it up. Matter of fact, that's the name. That's the name of this lecture, technically. All right, I just made it nice, mounds and pyramid builders. But really, it's called We Built America, but the United States effed it up. And if you don't know the difference between the United States and America, they already gave it to you in the name. It's called the United States of America. That means America has a superior position, a more superior position than the United States. The United States is a de facto government, but those who ran America, i.e. you and I, are Mexim, the Olmecs, the She people, the Washita. Trump told you this. Trump said, African Americans built this country. You built this nation. You know, you just started to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You built this nation. We all built it. But you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you're giving credit. Why Trump had to say that? Because you knuckles don't get no asylum in any other country. You can't seek asylum anywhere. You are here. This is your homeland. Martin Luther King told you. You are exiled in your own land. Everybody had us thinking as we was growing up, oh, Africa is Africa. Yeah. And that's fine. Once you get your American behinds together, you can reach out to the Africans, because then you know who you are again. But right now, you don't need to be reaching out because you're confused. You're confused, Negro. You don't know your history. You don't know your value. And here it is, Trump trying to tell you, you built this country. You built the architecture in this country. There's no asylum for you. So therefore, ICE isn't after you. But notice everybody else can get it. Anyway, in the book, The American Nations, an outline of national history of the ancient and modern nations of North and South America. The first number or value, Journals and Annals by Professor C.S. Raffinick, Philadelphia, 1836. And what does he say in the book? Oh, the primitive Black nations of America, 1832. And in both instances, he speaks about these Black nations. But anyway, this is what he says. Too many, this fact of Black nations in America will be new. So to many, this is new. Yeah, see, you don't know that you was already here, but the Pell Man told you this in 1832, which is once again before 1865. that the Negroes was already running around here prior to 1865. I thought you was all in slavery. Oh, we shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh. Stop it. Stop it, good. Someday is now. All right. As my man Self Elevation says, the earth belongs to the original man. All right. You were told that, I believe it's the 1 through 10 lessons of the Nation of Islam / student enrollment lessons, as it is called, as well as also the 120 lessons of the nations of gods and earths. Who's the original man? The original man, the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, cream of planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. And some don't put father of civilization, whatever the case is. I like the way it sounds, a good rap joint. You know what I'm saying? But father of civilization, God of the universe. So you can't keep me down on just one particular landmass. I ran the whole planet. And you're just finding out about additional lands beyond the ice wall. We ran that too. Get yourself together. Professor Constantine Rafinik, The Primitive Black Nations of America, 1832. Description of indigenous Negroes known to Rafinik. Too many, this fact, all black nations in America will be new. Yeah, to many, this is new information. But it's old to them, obviously, because they already had it in books, as you see, hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago. Yet it is an important feature of the American history. I will here merely enumerate the black tribes of which I found evident traces and remains in North and South America. The Auroras of the Cororas of Cumana were blacks, but with fine features and long hair like the Jollof and the Gale of Africa. The Esteros, latitude 32, or like the Hottentots, which is the Khoisan people, the San people, the Bushmen, and the Numequa, and the Tibukis, and many other Negritian tribes, not black, but dark brown, yet complete Negroes with large, thick lips, broad, flat noses, but very ugly with hair crisp and curly. All these tribes lived in New California. Why you gotta be ugly? Because we was ugly to his pale behind. The American Negroes of Cariniqua in Chaco, the great level plain, 900 miles long, 90 miles wide, separating the Andes of the South Americas from the mountains of Panama, were black and with woolly haired in 1506. They are mentioned in Danglari, and all the early accurate writers. The Yamasee were remarkably black people, natives of Florida and the campaigns. 5. The ancient Coracles of Haiti represented a nation of beasts by the historical songs. In other words, they was Negroes, blacks as he referred to them as, Moors, as we say. 6. The Kalfanamis of the Carib Islands, called Black Caribs or the Quinee, the Cayunis by others. 7. The Aquaos of Catera, mentioned by Gracias in the West Indies, quite black. 8. The Orovas of Raleigh and Yoruras of the Spaniards, ugly black or brown Negroes, yet existing near the Orinoco, or the language known called monkey by their neighbors. The Chamas of Guyana, brown Negroes like Hottentots. 10. The Malajepas and Portuguese of the Linhof, the Montañas of Kieve, of all of Brazil, brown Negroes with curly hair. 11. Negrites, the Negrites, or the Negrites, Negritos of Mortar and Dori, Panama, yet existing in Cuco under the name of Cuanos and Giano or Chincos, all right, ugly black or red Negroes. 12. The Manabes of Popayan in Colombia, blackish with Negro features and hair. 13. The Guabas and the Jawas and the Tagalapa near the Honduras. All right, near Honduras might be Dr. Sabi's people. And we know how he looked. 14. The Insula or Estero of New California, very black, ugly, blackish Negroes. 15. The Black Indians met by the Spaniards in Louisiana. That's the Washita in 1543. 16. The Moon-Eye Negroes in albinos, destroyed by the Cherokee and seen in Panama. Now, what was the Cherokee behind doing all the way down there? Return to the Ancient Ones by the Empress. She states, the watchtower of the original inhabitants of what is now named the North, Central, and South America. Therefore, the watchtower are not Indians. I'm going to say that again. Therefore, the watchtower are not Indians. I'm going to say that again. The watchtower are not Indians. Because we have a problem with people keep trying to make us Indians. And so you have Negroes running around talking about they're American Indian. They Indian. Because they don't want to be Moors or Moors. But they're Indians. Everybody know Indian was a misnomer in which that Columbus was mistaken that he arrived in India. And they would say, no, he wasn't. He was Hindustan. All you got to do is take the H off of Hindustan. You got Industan. And what you don't understand is the fact is that Indian is a misnomer. It means God's people, but what language is it from? It's Portuguese. Indios. Spaniard, Portuguese. Indios. All right. But once again, we are not Indians. We do not accept the names African American, colored, or Indian. We, the people of North America, are predominantly Washita, the ancient mound builders. We was here thousands of years before the amalgamated so-called Indian. So why label yourself Indian? Hold on, let's hold on. Let's see for a second here, for y'all can understand something. See, Indian Appropriation Act was passed on March 1871 with an amendment ending that tribal recognition and treaty system that all Indians was made wards of the state. That's a law. And thus the United States government no longer needed tribal consent in dealing with the tribes. Because you're all wards to the state. So when you say that you're an Indian, you put yourself back into a ward status. Stop it. Indians are wards to the United States. And this is what they try to say now to justify it. Well, to make it not hurt so bad. While the phrase Indian awards to the United States reflects historical United States policy that treaties tribes are domestic dependent nations with a guardian ward relationship. This is Cherokee Nations versus Georgia, 1831. Moderate understanding recognizes tribal nations as sovereign, self-governing entities with a government-to-government relationship with the United States, not literally war now. The federal government maintains a trust responsibility, however, managing land and resources for the tribes. Yes, we'll control that. You control that. But this is distinct from a wardship status for all Native Americans or formerly by the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. You are a fucking... You are a ward to the state. Ooh, well, almost let it out. It was out there. I had to bring it back. Y'all. Because today's supposed to be a non-verbal cussing day. Yes. They control the resources and the land and act as a trustee over your land and your resources, but yet at the same time, you see that. Hold on, let me go a little bit deeper here. They're wards to the state because they went into an agreement to disenfranchise us. And how I know that is because I had a brother that I did documentation for his affidavits. And he came from Canada into the United States with his documentation. And they stopped him at the border. Okay. And they asked him, well, he was there. And the Seneca Indian Okay. Said, what tribe did you say that you was from? He said, Washita. And the Seneca Indian looked at him and said, well, just don't kill us. Now, why would he say that? He asked me that question. I said, oh, it's simple. Because somebody betrayed us. And they thought they was going to escape retribution. Instead, they became wards to the state on a little piece of land called a reservation, which now they can finally do something for themselves by making large amounts of money running casinos, but giving portions of that back to the state, i.e., the government. At the same time, allowing the government to utilize the resources of the land that they don't own in no shape, form, or fashion. We own the land. I showed you the land grant earlier of the Washita. We have the land grant. They have nothing, but they're running their mouths. Anyway, this is the Empress, and you go on Ancestry, and my relationship with the Empress is that she's my second cousin, 3 times removed. And second cousins have the same great grandparents. So you can see right here, you see Verdiasi. Her mother is Annie Frank Turner, the sister of Joseph or Joe Henry Turner, who's the fourth Royal Regent Marquise de Maison Rouge. Henry Turner, the third Royal Regent Maison Rouge, the cousin of Eliza Turner, who I showed you was part of that information dealing with the 68,883 acres of land determined by the state of Louisiana that they did not own it. Obviously, it was under trust once again. They're trustees, but we are the beneficiaries. So we need to start acting like such. But Eliza Turner is said to be, according to the Empress and her family, to be the mother of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. That shows up as the same within my information concerning the ties of that family lineage. As Prophet Noble Drew Ali is my first cousin, 4 times removed. Then you have John Washington Drew, or John M. Washington Drew, who is the father of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Then Daphne Drew, Frederick D. Drew, who is my third great-grandfather, Sarah Drew Hoppin, Emily Drew, and then Eleanor Morton, Ronald J. Butler, my father, and then me. That's the lineage. So we get to the Washita and how it was set up. It was set up as a confederation. This is the treaty with the Washita or Wichita. It's also called the Treaty of the Comanche, or the Camp Holmes Treaty, as they refer to it as, August the 24th, 1835. Treaties with the Comanche and the Wichita Indians and their associated bands, from the purpose of establishing and perpetrating peace and friendship between the United States of America and the Comanches and the Wichita nations and their associated bands or tribes of Indians, and between these nations or bands and Cherokee, Muskogee, which is Creek, Choctaw, Osage, Seneca. Oh, that's the reason why the Seneca Indian said what he said when the brother said that he was Washita. Just don't kill us, because somebody betrayed this treaty. And Quakpa, nations of tribes of Indians. The President of the United States has, to accomplish this desirable object and to aid therein. All right, so these are the tribes that all came together to form what we now refer to as the Empire of Washita, or the Washita Empire. So, who are the Washita? Right here. It says the Washita were direct descendants of the Olmecs, who mixed in with the Malian Moors. The name Washita came from the Washita River, which flows along northwest Texas and Oklahoma to the Red River, where the Cheyenne Native Americans live with the Shawasha people, who are the raccoon people. That's why they term coon. They called us coons in the 1920s. The Washoe were a tribe of Negroes who lived above the New Orleans Bayou and were of Tunica, Turner family, linguistic stock. The name Washita is a derivative of the term Washita, and which is now Washita or Wichita. The term is a Choctaw term which means big harbor, which represents the grass thatched arbor houses that the people lived in. Washita was originally from lower Mississippi. There go Mississippi again. Louisiana and Alabama. The tribe was originally named Wichita by the United States government in the Camp Holmes Treaty of 1835. So now we know who they're talking about in the Camp Holmes Treaty. So the Wichita is the Washita. Okay. Oh, let's come down. They are the hidden tribe that were the descendants of the Olmecs and the Toltecs of Mexico. The Washita tribes were also the ancestors to tribes as Pawnee, Osage, Creek, which is Muskogee, Seminoles, which is the Yamasee, okay, the Cherokee, the Catawba, the Comanche, the Nez Perce, Tuscarora, who becomes the sixth member of the Iroquois Confederation, the Jingaskin, the Mattaponi, the Powhatan, the Micmac. Oh, remember we showed you earlier the Micmac. So the Micmac of Washita, the Lumbee, who just got recognized federally state and federally recognized, in particular federally recognized, or Washita, the Mandan, the Blackfoot. The Blackfoot is the Hawaii Sapani tribe that's here in North Carolina and Virginia. The Chickasaw, the Nice, the Natchez, and many more tribes. They are Washita. Here, how did the Yamasee look? Because you see how the Washita look, you're looking at one, direct descendant. So you see how the Washita look. Okay? So we ain't got to go into that. How the rest of these tribes look. Huh? Yeah, huh? Remember, it just said the Seminoles. Well, hold up. It says the Yamasee men who were killed in battle and the Seminole men married the Yamasee women. Pensacola Gazette, October the 9th, 1824. The Yamasee War, 1715. The Seminoles, 19th century. Whenever a Seminole appears to be darker than his fellow, it is said that his Yamasee ancestry was showing. The Florida Anthropological Pelagius, volumes 23 through 24. We'll get the word right. The Yamasee, a romance of Carolina. I still live in Carolina. The majority of my people is from Carolina, Virginia area. All right, coming from out of Mississippi, Louisiana, Mexico region, as the Olmecs, the Toltecs, the Mayans. But here I said, I think he located the Yamasee. I write from memory in the middle and the eastern portion of Florida and say they were occupying the country where the Creeks came. He described the Yamasee as having dark skins. Dark skins. The dark skins. Coarse hair. Coarse hair. Coarse hair. Yeah, coarse hair. Uh-oh. Thick lips and flat feet. And having inferior implements of war to the Creek. The Yamasee. And so the Seminole were the Yamasee, or the Maroons as they call the Moors. And the Seminole Indian chiefs described as Negroes. So during the 19th century, a Seminole storyteller relates that some of the Yamasee men were killed in battle and the Seminole men married the Yamasee women. Same thing that we just finished talking about earlier. And so here we have, says right here, another great chieftain was Mechanopa, king over kings, described as part Negro and very dark. Now, why does this keep mentioning over and over again? No, it's simple. It says, the statements from Brigadier General Sidney Jessup, June 18, 1837, 2 years after that treaty, in the American state paper, which is called the Treaty of Washita, the Treaty of Comanche, the Treaty of Camp Holmes. But this is what he says. Throughout my operations, I have found that Negroes, the most active and determined warriors, and during the conference with the Indian chiefs, I ascertained they exercise an almost controlling influence over them. The Negroes ruled the Indians. The Negroes ruled the Indians. Okay. And it wasn't Indians either. But of course, that's what he referred to them as. But here, this is the Dutch view of the Yamasee Wars. The full title, translated from the Dutch, reads The gruesome attack on the Indians on the English in Carolina, West Indies, on the 19th April 1715, on my birthday, April the 19th. This is also happens to be when the Empress passed on April the 19th. And you can kick it to the curve, native on the bayou. You can kick rocks. You don't like what you're hearing? Kick rocks. Right here. Yamasee Indians were Negroes. What were known afterwards are the fiercest Indian tribes of the South. And as you see here, dude was dressed up like a KKK member, obviously, and their head got sliced off. This is the history of the African Olmecs, Black civilizations of America from prehistoric times to the present era. This is written by Paul Alfred Barton. He said, amongst the other Black nations who existed in the Americas before Columbus and long before Christ were the Yamasee or Yamasee Indians, who had a large kingdom in the southeastern United States. Their descendants are among the first people of pre-Columbian American origin of fall victim to kidnapping for the purpose of enslavement. The descendants of the Yamasee are the millions of the Blacks who live in Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and northern Florida. Okay? You're getting ready to get put out, dude. Bam. How about that? Huh? How about that? Because you ain't coming up in here after I've been on this joint for 3 hours dropping real science, and then your monkey behind come up in here talking about, stop lying, you ain't Moors. What are you then? You're an Indian? Or you around here doing that? Anyway, let's get on with the information. Got time for jackasses. Carolina Genesis, Beyond the Colored Line, written by, edited by Scott Withrow. The Yamasee Indians, or Yamasee, also referred to as the Amogonarican and Amakaresi and the Americoeo, which are listed among the 19th tribes as being of dark complexion, found widely scattered among the inhabitants of North and South America. They were assumed to be immigrants from Africa prior to the European discovery of America, whom Lucas Venquez de Leon persists in slave hunting in Beaufort, South Carolina in 1520. Leon referred to the Yamasee as Negroes being valuable laborers. Carolina Genesis, Beyond the Color Line by Scott Withrow, page 65, 66. So, once again, remember the Treaty of Camp Holmes. And as you see, it says the Osage and the Quackpaw. Well, how did the Osage and the Quackpaw look? Well, right here, Lewis Henry Morgan, The Indian Journals, 1859, to 1862, it says the Osage. The Osage, Kwa or Quapa, spoke the same language with slight dialectal differences. In other words, they spoke Algonquin. The Osage and the Kwa are both very dark-skinned. So we have the Osage, the Quapa. We have the Yamasee, who's the Seminole. Okay. Who was and with the Washita, and it was all part of this treaty, and it was all dark skinned. What does that tell you? Who's on the reservations? Those who were Siberians, Chinese, and was made into being natives by law. Okay. Peace, peace. And the light-skinned ones who was put on the reservations. While we are these dark-skinned ones in which that is spoken of within these various texts and books. And when you ask the Siberians, well, what about all these books? Yamasee is the mother tribe of the Creek, who was mentioned here as the Muskogee, the Seminole, the Appalachee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Quapaw, or the Catawba, the Cherokee, as well as many other tribes. Okay. These newly formed tribes of Yamasee, Kusa, Kowan, and the Kongori was known as the Catawba. The Catawba spoke a dialect of ancient Kushite language, which was bit in pieces of the original Olmec African language. All right, if you want to say it was African. All right, we say it was Atlantean. And it became African because they went into Africa with it and drudged the Nile, which according to the Black Man Family of the Nile, I think it was written by Dr. Ben Yakane. He tells you in that book that we drudged the Nile. So one part of the family is Choctaw, Washita. Another part of the family is Shinnecock and Montauk. And here is a portion of my family bloodline. Once again, prove it with myself. And right here, Nawadona was the Shechem, which means the chief of the Shinnecock and the Montauk, of the Montauk tribe of Shinnecock. And this was back in 1573, born to 1640 or 1667, Long Island City, Queens, New York. And what? Mukanuk of the Montaukett Indian Nation. This is how the Cherokee looked at one time. Very dark-skinned. The Seminoles, as we've seen. This is Diane Fletcher. I'm related to her. This is Dr. York's great-great aunt. The Montauk Aboriginal man over here to the left. The sister to the left in particular is from the Algonquin of New England. The sister in the middle is also from that same area, what we now call Wampanoag or Narragansett. Here we have the Shinnecock Indian Nation. And this is how the Shinnecock look. This is the Indian Thanksgiving at the Shinnecock Reservation in 1953. This is Shinnecock Montauk. So these are my family members. A close-up picture. The Montauk Indians were declared too black, too strong. That reminds me of the Public Enemy joint. Too black, too strong, too black to be native in court in 1910. Well, these are the chiefs or shechems of the indigenous American tribes of the Northeast. There was the Wampanoag. These are the Algonquin. They were Wampanoag, Narragansett, Pequot, Montauk, and Shinnecock. This is the gathering of them. Now the picture of them. As you see, Algonquin Council, 1924. This one is from 1925. I'm related to some of these chiefs in these pictures, in this picture. So, we know that there was invaders. The emperor states that many accounts confuse us as descendants of the Mongoloids, the Mongolians or Siberians, who invaded from across the Bering Strait. Yet our oral tradition tells us that we have been in Washita Domania for at least 25,000 years, and we fought long and bitter wars against those from the east. Now pay attention now. The oldest American or Native American going back to 13,000 BC was said black, the Folsom people who had lived in Arizona. Some scholars have even stated that the Folsom dates back as far as 75,000 years in North America. When the Pale Man arrived in masses in war, the wars was already 2,000 years old. So we've been fighting them for at least 2,000 years when they came here. When the Europeans came 500 years ago, we was already fighting them. The European Mongolians and the Siberians, later known as the Red Man, joined forces to attempt to destruction, to complete destruction and obliterate us. Obliteration of the black and brown Washita and Tunica people. The Great War goes on to this day. So when they say something crazy, do like I do, kick rocks. Because you can't mess with this. You can get with this or you can get with that. You better get with this because this is where it's at. Okay, black sheep. Y'all might not know about that. That's old school right there. The Great War goes on to this day. We have been here, declared the Empress, explained that the original Native Americans were mostly of the dark complexion. She said that the light-skinned Indians of Hollywood fame were minority tribes in Northwest that were mixed with the blood of Chinese invaders. They made up less than 1/3 of a total population of Indians in their land. White folks don't own black folks of America 40 acres and a mule. They need to get up off the land and start paying us some rent and taxes. You get that? It's official. Native Americans and Siberians are cousins. Yes, we know that. The Empress already told us that in her book. Written in 1997. Okay? It says right here, the British, this is Ramesu, he said the British broadcasting program has a documentary called Tracking the First Americans on YouTube. It tells how we were here and they attacked us, followed us all the way to the bottom of South America. Yes, exactly. They was desperate. Still is desperate. Still want attention from us. Here we are again, Kansas City. Kansas City is a very important location. It's in Missouri, near the Mississippi. Missouri River, Mississippi flows. Kansas City, Journal, Monday, October. All right, prehistoric man. He said the pyramids of Yucatan are some of them much larger than that was found in Egypt, of Cheops. Not exempt. Pyramid of Egypt bears structural evidence of having been modeled at Colomba, which covers 23 acres. The early Egyptians and the Mayans of Yucatan and the same system of the reckoning time, but the Mayans developed a system that was far superior and more antedated than that of Egypt. In other words, the Olmecs, as we already know. Okay, the Mayan manufactured a cement that was of the same material as that of the ancient Egyptians. Yeah, because they were the ancient Egyptians. And it's not the Mayans, it was the Olmecs, the She-People, the Washita. Washita are the ancient Egyptians, the Atlanteans of this landmass, as well as in Africa. The architects of the Yucatan is of a same general type of the ancient Egyptians, but is of a finer and even seem to have the model that the Egyptians attempt to imitate. The art of both countries, as displayed in their ceramics and architecture, is of the same type of school, that of the Yucatan being much more highly developed. Well, remember, Atlantis was more developed than Egypt, as Lemuria was more developed than Atlantis. But yet they are all the same people. Okay. Right here, once again, Kansas City, Missouri. Disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. So for those that love African American, that's a misnomer. Indian, that's a misnomer. And that's why that jackass came on earlier that I had to tell to kick rocks. It's because they caught up in the term Indian because they don't want to be identified as Moors. I didn't even get to that portion yet. So anybody who don't want to be identified as Moors is actually non-descendable. Yeah. Put in non-descendable in Google and this is what you'll get. There were millions of people living in the West that were not African, but were reclassified as African. And because of that reclassification, they have been non-descendable. If your skin was dark, then it was believed that you was from Africa. And therefore, your indigenous nationality was stripped from you. December the 26th, 2015. I'm pretty sure that might not be there now because they've been changing things as I showed you earlier. So the land came to the nations by treaty or war prize. The government only has limited ability to own land as before mentioned. All of the remainders of the lands was held in the sole disposition of the United States until it was granted under the act of Congress by the hands and seal of the president to some person. Then in the same act, the president makes the grant patent, which means that the land came to the nation by treaty and the patent assigned a specific part of the treaty to you and heirs and assigned forever. That has already happened because we have the land grant in which that was given to us from France to Spain, in which that's supposedly been turned over to the United States, and it never was because payment was never fully rendered. Therefore, the payment of what is called the Louisiana Purchase never was purchased, and therefore it still is known as Washita proper. So your land came or comes to you from treaty through the land patent. This is crucial. Through a land grant. This is crucial. Okay? The land patent secures the treaty to you. The court is bound by the supremacy clause of the Constitution to uphold the treaty, making your patent a statutory limitation throughout the land. This is Wyman's versus Gastro, 54 Fed 819 United States, applicant 581. And what does John Henry Clark state? He says, we are the people searching for nationality. A name of a people must relate them instantaneously to land, history, and culture. And when you think instantaneous to land, you think of nationality. Okay, Indian is India. That's what I think. There's no place here now in America called Indian Superior, even though they claim that it was once part of here. It was a very small section. It wasn't the whole land. But this land was called Mu. Portions of this land was called Mu, the Pacific Islands in particular, as we said earlier. So therefore, you was Mu, you was Moors. All right? And Moors means M-U-U-R, which is ancient, but M-O-O-R is moderate compared to the most ancient terminology, but they are the same people because I showed you they're E1B1A. And so your land must instantaneously so you must tie yourself instantaneously back to land by way of your nationality. Well, when we go and look at what John Henry Clark says, Land, in the most general sense, comprehends any ground, soil, or earth whatsoever as metals, pastures, woods, moors. It don't say Indian. It says moors. It don't say Indian. So Indian don't equate to land, but the word moors do. Get it? Oh, you don't get it. You don't get it? It's hard. Is this hard? I mean, really, are you that much on SETI's? I won't say it. I was getting ready to be vulgar. Are you that much? You have that much hatred for Moors, huh? Yet the term in which that save you or will save your black behind is the term Moors, because it is tied directly and instantaneously to the term land. In fact, the word Moors and lands are synonymous. Wow. Once again, the word land and Moors are synonymous and, matter of fact, interchangeable. So when you say the word Moors, you're saying land. So you say Washita land. When you say you Washita Moors, I'm Washita Moor, I'm Washita land, I'm Omeka land. This is the She people land. That's what you're saying. That is your nationality, your ethnicity. American Indian, what's that? The word Indian, as we already went over, came from Indios, which is a Spaniard/Portuguese word, which means God's people. That's a good meaning, but that's Spaniard in Portugal. That's over there. The word Moors, land, is Egypt. The word Moor is Mir. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. Let's continue on. For those who have common sense, because I don't have to lie to anyone. I got too much information to lie, and got too much time on my hands to put this information together to show the Negroes who are lying. That's what they mad about, because I'm busting this to mess up. The Negro mess is being busted up tonight. Yes, it is. Blood. Black's Law Dictionary. Kindreds. Consanguinity. Family relationship. Relations by descent from a common ancestor. Swayze and Jaquez. 144 Massachusetts, 135 10 Northeast 75859 AM, American Representative 65. Here, blood. Noah's Webster Dictionary, 1828. The fluid which circulates through the arteries and veins of the human body and of the animals, which is essentially the preservation of life. The fluid is generally red. If the blood of an animal is not red, such animal is called exsanguineous, or white-blooded, or the blood being white, or white tinted with blue. Kindred relations by nature descend from a common ancestry called consanguinity. Continue on. Sanguini, or Murray. Yeah, there's people with the last name Murray, is it not? Murray means more, just like M-O-O-R-E. Those who are named M-O-O-R-E, you take the E off, Moors. Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, page 1507, and heraldic term for blood color, called in the arms of princes, of prince, dragon tails, and in those of the Lord, psionics. It is a tincture of very infrequent occurrences and not recognized by some writers. In engraving, it denotes by numerous lines in saltire. Murray, Noah's Webster Dictionary 1824, 28. Adjective from what? The root, more. From the root, more. And of course they say in African. But it doesn't have to be African, because Moors weren't just African. Moors originally was Hawaiian or Moorians. Of a dark red color. Murray means more. Sanguine means more, which is blood, and what is called the arms of prince. So you are royal if you use the term more, because it ties you back to the land. That's your royalty. That's your nobility title. With the El, the Bey, the Day, the Il, the Ali, demonstrating that you are Choctaw, Creek, which is Muskogee, Seminole, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Seminole. Now, if you're not a Moor, you are sanguineless. Noah Webster Dictionary 1828. Adjective, destitute of blood, pale. He's pale. He's pale. He is sanguineless. He's not a Moor. He's not the land. This is why they can be the trustee, but they are not the owners. You are the owner of the land because you have it by rights of blood. God dang, you understand what I'm saying? If not, let's go to Webster's Dictionary and Thesaurus, United States and World Atlas. What you say, Noah Webster? What you say? What you say? Well, Mr. Webster says this: more is also M-E-R. I thought I was lying. Or is it that I can read and comprehend too very well? See? M-O-O-R is M-E-R. And Webster Dictionary and Thesaurus states that. In North African, people of mixed Berber or Arab descent who invaded and conquered Spain in the 8th century. Moorish, adjective. But that's not the important part. The important part is M-O-O-R is M-E-R. And then when we find that M-E-R, I know. We go to a book, Mere to More, Kemet until now. The etymology, phonology, semantics, and morphology of the word more by Cosmo L. It happens that the overseer, governors, chief, etc. seem to be common usage of the title Mir. So a Moor is an overseer, a governor, a chief. That's where the term admiral comes from. America comes from is mere. You get it? Oh, no, you don't get it yet. Let's continue on. This term is prefixed to others in order to identify the status in the head of a particular industry or post. In other words, the head nigga in charge is mere or more. Webster, New Unabridged or New Universal Unabridged Dictionary. Webster Universal Dictionary states in 1937 edition defines American, and American is white. An Aboriginal, one of the various copper-colored natives found on the American continent by the descent of the European settlers. The following is the original application of the name Mero. Mero. Now, you're not a Moor? You're not a Moor? Huh? Huh? Get your shit right. And I'm sorry I had to cuss on that one, but get it right. I can read. Meru means more than one rule. One more is a mirror. Two mores is a meru. You get it? Plural with the U. Murray, as in moor or in moo, is a more, as you see. Stop with the nonsense. See, you can't battle a god. I've been doing this for 35 years. There's nothing you can tell me that I haven't already put together in some sense of fashion. Because I came up with the greats. I came up with Bobby, Phil, all right? Which is Baba Phil Valentine, Brother Bobby Hemmett, Brother Azariah, okay? I came up with Dr. Delbert Blair. I came with Brother Daoud. All this new age information, all this new information that all of a sudden is taking Negroes by storm. We already said all of this shit 25. We already said all of this 25, 30 years ago. This is new to you. But we already said all of this. You old. This is old information as far as we're concerned. Ain't none of this information that's out now new or that we haven't already heard. But we are the only ones who can put this information together to make sense of it in order to stop all this nonsense that these Negroes run around talking about they Indians. No, you're Moors. You're Moors. That these Negroes are talking about this difference between M-U-U-R-S and the M-O-O-R-S when they both are E1B1As. Same haplogroup, means same people. See, this is the nonsense that they can't fathom because they give them bits and pieces so they think they know something and don't know a damn thing. They don't know a damn thing. Anyway, let's look at it. You see this hour here. This hour is on the top of the dollar bill to the right, over top of the one. The hour represents the truth, the insightful power and wisdom, and the ability to see through darkness. In other words, to spin his head around in a 360-degree turn. In other words, it symbolizes the all-seeing eye. Mirror. And what is the mirror? According to the teachings of Ptah-hotep, the oldest book in the world, mirror means the guardian of. the guardians. All right. The same symbol of the owl, which is what makes up the word mir, you have it as part of the empire of the Titarian Empire. The Titarian Empire symbol was of an owl, showing that they was Mirs or Moors. Stop. See, you can't battle this. This is beyond your pay grade, beyond your agent grade. You know, the agents get paid. This is beyond your agent pay grade. Get the book The Discovery of America, an outgrowth of the conquest of the Moors by the Spaniards. Did it say Indians? Oh no, it said the Moors. Oh, okay. America, the Moors. Because remember, MERU is the original application of the word American. So when you say that you are Moor, you're saying you're American. So when you say that you are American Indian, you're still saying that you are Moor Indian. But what the hell is a Moor Indian? Oh, you are a black God people. Black God people. You're a black God people. That's what that means? You're a black God people? Because you know they make more black. You know how they do. Anyway, discovery of the origin of the name of American by Thomas D. Saint-Brice. The Spaniard colonists adopted the native name of America to designate their first settlement on the mainland of the New World. But in those days, the rule of orthography was undefined, and in addition to the numerous errors of printing, names were spelled in any way which the writer considered most appropriate. And hence, we have America, not only written as Amaruca or Americo or America or Moraca, Maraca, or Moraca. Moraca is where you get the term Morocco from, and America. But they added that. Okay, so but it said, but they added. Okay, well, whatever the case, it says, therefore we are Moors from Morocco. Morocco. You get it? America is Morocco. Yeah, America is Morocco. You don't believe me? Go to the Black's Law Dictionary once again, Admiralty. Read this joint right here. It says it is the proper successor of the consular courts, which emphatically the courts of the merchants and the seagoing persons, establishing the principal maritime cities in the rival of commerce after the fall of the Western Empire. The supplies to the tribute that might decide causing arises out of maritime commerce. But the fall of the Western Empire, when did that happen? Oh, your fall of your Western Empire, called the Ottoman, called the Moorish Empire. That's what they're talking about. How we know is because right here, consular courts. Courts held by consul of one country within the territory of another under authority given by treaty for the settlement of civil cases. In such instances, there has also been a criminal jurisdiction, but in this respect was subject to review by the courts of the home government. The last of the United States consular courts, in parentheses, Morocco, was established in 1956. Was abolished in 1956. That happened to be the same year that they formed the Morocco over in Africa and gave them our flag, the red, black, and green. The green 5-pointed star with the black border and the cherry background, which happened to be the cherry tree that George Washington said that he chopped down at the age of 9 Father, shall not tell a lie. I chopped down the cherry tree. See, you don't know this Masonic information. You haven't traveled, done enough travel around the world. As Steady said, you ain't even been around the corner. Okay? So the real reason why Moors or so-called Africans cannot be United States citizens because the Moroccan Empire had a business arrangement with the British Empire, European corporate contract citizen, Caucasian men. The United States is a foreign European corporation conducting trade and commerce in foreign land. In Marion Estate, 36, New York, 479 affirming in the United States versus Perkins, 163 United States 625. In accordance with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, the agreement between the Europeans and the Moors were to allow Europeans to come to this land, engage in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, free of oppression, as was not the case on the land today known as Europe. The treaty is in no way giving any land as the land and the resources is and are inherited of the people and is also unalienable and inalienable. In other words, it is not to be sold and transferred. So this is the reason why when you read the Declaration of Independence, they're talking about your unalienable rights, your inalienable rights. There are laws and statutes created by man in which that you do not have to operate under. Get the book Moors and Masonry. It will help explain that information to you. See, digging in the red roots, this is what it said. My name is Mohad Abdallah Razak El, and I'm a Cherokee Blackfoot American Indian who is Muslim. I am known as Eagle Sunwalker. I serve as a pipe carrier warrior for the Northeastern Band of Cherokee Indians in New York City. There are other Muslims in our group. For the most part, not many people are aware of the Native American contact with Islam that began over 1,000 years ago by some of the early Muslims travelers who visited us. Some of these Muslim travelers ended up living amongst our people. From most Muslims and non-Muslims today, this type of information is unknown and never been mentioned in any of the history books. There are many documents, treaties, legislations, and resolutions that were passed between 1600 and 1800, and that shows that the Muslims were in fact here and were very active in the community which they lived. Treaties such as peace and friendship that was signed on the Delaware River in the year 1787 bears the signature of Abdullah Khat, all right, and Muhammad ibn Abdullah Bey. This is who they're talking about. This treaty details our continued fight to exist as a community in the areas of commerce, maritime shipping, current form of government at this time, which was in accordance with Islam. According to federal court case, and you don't believe that, read the Treaty of Tripoli. And it tells you that in particular, it was a statement made by a senator that I believe it was a representative or senator, and it said that that the United States was not built on the Christian religion in no shape, form, or fashion. And we know it was built on Islam because Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was originally written in Arabic. According to the federal court case from the Continental Congress, we helped put the breath of life into the newly framed Constitution. True. All of the documents are presently in the National Archives as well as the Library of Congress. Now, hold on. What's important here is the fact is that he said that the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was signed on the Delaware River. We believed as Moors that it was signed in Morocco, in Marrakesh. No. Delaware is Marrakesh. You don't believe me? Let's continue on. 100th Congress, second edition or session, House Congress Resolution 331 in the Senate of the United States. It says to acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy of Nations of the development of the United States Constitution. So who developed the United States Constitution? The Iroquois Confederacy. The Iroquois Confederacy is, I showed you that the Washita were, that the Tuscarora was part of the Washita, and the Washita, or the Tuscarora people, joined as the sixth Confederate, part of the Confederacy of the Iroquois. You have the Chickaquoy, which is the Cherokee, and the Lenape. It was part of that at one time. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution included, most notably, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, as was known to have greatly admired the concept of the Six Nations of the Iroquois Confederacy. Whereas the Confederacy or Confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic with influence by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles were which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. We designed the Constitution. We put it together. And it goes on. We'll come down. It says, whereas from the first treaty entered into with an Indian nation, this treaty with the Delaware Indians. Who the Delaware Indians? Oh, there was the Delaware Moors, the Nanacoats. Okay? Yeah. On September the 17th, 1778, Congress assumed a trust responsibility and obligation to the Indian tribes and their members. So, how did Muhammad ibn Abdullah Bey look? Well, this is him right here, to the left. This is Sultan Saeed Muhammad ibn Abdullah Bey, the Bey. The Bey is El-Bey. This to the right, as far as I'm looking, this pale, fake. They always try to do that, as with everything. They have to Europeanize it, or it just wouldn't be right. So, okay, this is a letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Sultan of Morocco. And where did it go? It went to the city of New York, December the 1st, 1789. So it went to Abdullah. This is the great seal of the Moorish nation. Ab Antiquo. Okay. And Washington was not his real name, so he was not Washita. Not this one. This was Adam Weishaupt. And after he killed off the real Washington, all right. In this article, it says that he was Wessington, which became Washita, or Washington. He was Wessington. Wessington is Wasep or Wisep, a Jesuit who was also the head of the Illuminati. And how we know this is because they tell you about the Illuminati, and what they tell you is something that's real simple. They tell you that the Illuminati had infiltrated the Masonic Lodge. And there's two letters. You have one statement or two statements. You have one statement written in letter form in which they disapproved of the Illuminati entering into the lodge and how it would overtake the lodge and how it would devastate the lodge. And this is what was believed by George Washington. And then later on, you have another statement made by George Washington in which that he said he was proud and glad that the Illuminati came in and did what they did and so forth and so on. Two different reactions, because now the real Washington or Washington was killed off, and the fake Washington, who was Adam Weishaupt, was inaugurated and put in his place. So when you look on the dollar bill, that's Adam Weishaupt. That's not Washington. That's not Jorge Washington. All right. So right here. So what is the connection between the Constitution and the law of great peace, which the Iroquois called their Constitution? Well, it starts out. It says John Rutledge of South Carolina, delegate of the Constitutional Convention, is said to have read lengthy tracts of the Iroquois law to the other framers, beginning with the words, "We the people," to form a union to establish peace, equality, and order. Peace, equality, and order. We form a union. A union. Okay. And we know that in October 1988, the United States passed the Concord Resolution 331 to recognize the influence of the Iroquois Confederation upon the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights. And that came from the Tree of Life, the Iroquois symbols for their great law, and its 117 articles. Okay, we know that. But in the preamble of the Constitution, it says this: "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote for the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty in ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution for the United States of America." So the difference between the beginning preamble of the Iroquois and that of the United States is that they add in the word more. One said form a perfect union. One says form a more perfect union. See, the term more is a Masonic term. Now, how we know this? Well, let's look at it. As you can see, the preamble of the United States Constitution spoke of two governments, the United States and the United States of America, to form a more perfect union. First of all, you cannot make something more perfect. It's either perfect or it's not. To tell you that this new union would be a legal fiction, a de facto unlawful government. The new government did not apply to the Moors. We were not and still are not Union State citizens. Our government was and is separate from the Albion European government. However, the Moorish federal side of the government has been infiltrated, and now it has become the legal fiction. The preamble of the Constitution of the United States of America shows that the origin of this other government comes from pre-existing nation. And what was that pre-existing nation? The Iroquois Confederation. All right. Notice that the Moorish federal side of the government has the word anti-calyptic, which is supposed to mean God has favored. But the Latin for the word God is Dios. The word on the dollar bill is annuit or anu. Therefore, it says anu has favored us. Some Moors say that John Hanson, who was a Moor, was at the Independence Hall during the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Some say that he was not. However, the picture on the back of the $2 bill, Federal Reserve note, fiat, IOU, clearly shows the presence of two Moorish men, aka black men. The question is, who are they? And why aren't they listed among the list of the signers of the Declaration of Independence? Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to that. So, we got recheck the preamble of the Constitution. We the people, which means the Lenni Lenape, i.e. the Iroquois Confederation or Chickasaw, Aniniwi, or Cherokee, were the Moors that formed the United States government and did the Treaty of Peace and Friendship in 1787, which was signed on the bank of the Delaware River. And the reason why the Lenni Lenape are called the Lenni Lenape Moors and helped form the Constitution for the United States government for trade. A more perfect union is code word for more. It's French. You don't believe me? Code word describe phrases that are targeted so that at a specific group or people or idea that eventually the circumstances of a phrase used or blended into the phrase meaning. February the 1st, 2016. So here we have the word French, more, M-O-O-R, and we have the word French what? M-O-R-E. Same. So when they say a more perfect union, they're telling you who helped design the Constitution, as we've already proven. All right. So now, on the back of the dollar bill, we have, it says, our two presidents. Well, here they are, right? Well, not two presidents, but here we have the man on the left is John Hanson, and the man on the right is Ben-Bey, or Ben-Bey, Big Ben-Bey Emmanuel Ali, as he was called, known as Benjamin Banneker, i.e. Prince Hall. All right, Benjamin Banneker was born in 1731, making him about 45 in his picture, while John Hanson was born in 1721, making him 55 in his picture. He's the one with the gray hair. If you look at the in Carter encyclopedia, you won't see either of these men. Why is that? Their names are not on the Declaration of Independence because they were both Moors or Moors. And we had our own government. We did not need to sign a Declaration of Independence. We wrote the Declaration of Independence for them. We wrote the Constitution for them. All right, as part of our own Washita Empire, our Iroquois Confederation. However, George Washington and his cronies never actually severed their tie from the king, and they did not win the Revolutionary War. It was a setup to trap the Moors and totally defeat the Moors from within, from you. What you are taught in school is called reconstructed history. All right? This is them on the back of the $2 bill. Get a $2 bill, all right, and look on the back of it. Here's a another picture of it. John Hanson, yes, he was the first and black president, also a Moor, served from 1781 to 1782 as president. He also, on the back of the $2 bill, shows very few ever made. All right. He is also a relative of mine. John Hanson, as you see here, or Sir Alim Tupac El-Bey, family tree. And you see John Hanson right there, the first United States president under the First Continental Congress. See, I got the genes for this shit. I got the genes to explain all this shit. See, you don't got the genes for it, then this isn't a field for you. I got the genes for this shit. See, I don't know if you ever seen Avatar. I'm talking the cartoon, not the movie by James Cameron. Cameron. But the cartoon, Aang, he was able to go back and talk to all his previous incarnations. When you die, your genes, all right, you go inside of your ancestor or your living ancestor, become part of their inner voice. This is what the word intelligent means. Intel means the inner voice. Genes, in my genes. The inner voice in my genes is your intelligence. Because these inner voices be screaming at your behind. Okay? They scream at your behind. And you have to listen. If you don't listen, then you suffer consequences. When you do listen, you got a A-OK from the ancestors. Everything is A-OK. So John Hanson spoke these words July the 4th, 1776. All right. And notice, I'm not going to read everything, but he uses what we call Algonquin terminology. All right. The British king may blot out the stars of Kichi Manito, great spirit from the sky, but he cannot blot out his words written on that parchment there. The works of Kichi Manito may perish, his words never. The works of his declaration will live in the world long after his bones are dust. To the mechanics of his workmen that will speak hope. To the slave in the mines, freedom. But to the coward kings, these words will speak in tones of warning that cannot choose but he. So why is he using the word Kachi Manito, which means the great spirit, which is an Algonquin term if he himself was not Algonquin? There's supposed to be a representation of him here at the bottom. And it's believed and said that he is the first president of the United States under the Articles of Confederation. You also had those who sat as president from 1774 to 1781 or 1780 as presidents under the Articles of Association, which they failed to mention them. But he was the first president under the Articles of Confederation in 1781 to 1782. Okay. So overall, between 1774 to 1789, they're getting George Washington. There was actually 14 presidents before George Washington. The names is Peyton Randolph, Arthur Henry Milliton 2, John Hancock 3, Henry Loring 4, John Jay 5, Samuel Huntington 6, Thomas McLean 7, 8. John Hanson, who became the first president under the Articles of Confederation. Elias Boatenote, 9, who is 2. Thomas McFinnan, 10, 3. Richard Henry Lee, 4, 11. Nathaniel Gorham, 12, 5. Arthur St. Clair, 13, 7. Cyrus Griffin, 14, 8. All right, and then George Washington is the 9th president, the 14th or the 15th president that under the and become the 9th president technically, and the first under the Constitution for the United States of America. They don't want to mention any of these brothers because that's what they were. They was brothers. Brothers. They happy and they singing and they colored. Do 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 do. Give me a high five. Okay. Oh boy. So here, Benjamin Banneker, the man who designed Washington D.C. as well as also Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, as well as also Big Ben clock in London. All right, name after himself, Big Ben, Big Ben Bay. As well as the fact is that Big Ben Bay was also Prince Hall. All right, but here you would see his fez right there on the second row to the right, Big Ben. Okay. He wrote the Almanac, which they claim was Benjamin Franklin's. No, this is the Benjamin Franklin. This is Benjamin Banneker or Ben Bay Emmanuel Muale. All right, he was a Chief Justice. Okay, Chief Justice. And these two men was on the back of your dollar, on the $2 bill. Get this book, Our Two First Presidents, John Hanson and George Washington, by John Kanovich. So see right here, it says George Washington was not the first American president. This is by United States Senator Charles Matheson, April the 14th. He said it. Okay. So I'm not the only one. All right. But anyway, George Washington wrote the letter to Muhammad Abdullah. And remember, that was in New York. We showed you the letter. That was in New York. Well, here it is. It says New York Times, tracing the origin of the Empire State. What does it say? It says Bronx, with the seat of the empire. That's the first line. Bronx, seat of the empire. Bronx was the first seat of the empire. Huh? So that's the reason why it was written to the Bronx or to New York City, was to be handed to Muhammad ibn Abdullah Bey whose seat of the empire was in the Bronx, right outside of New York City, which is Manhattan, right across the river. Bronx River, rolling hard. It says anyone can read Washington's written reference to New York as the seat of the empire in the letter of Common Council of the city in 1785. But they don't tell you that it was because that is where Muhammad ibn Abdullah was. This is him here to the left. See, y'all got to understand what's going on here. They playing with y'all. They playing with y'all. Okay? They don't want you to know what we're talking about here. But it's quite obvious. All this happened here. Now, I'm going to end, finally. I'm going to say you got to take watch to each to everyone. I'm pretty sure there ain't no questions after this here. All right? So I'm just going to get my behind up off of here because we've been on this joint for more than 3 hours. All right, so I'm out, y'all. Peace.